Chapter 301 The Might of the Demon Refining Pot. Sugu was startled by the sudden appearance of the humanoid creature in the coral palace and quickly warned Bayu, "Be careful. I sense an incredibly ominous aura from that thing. It's very dangerous." "I don't need your reminder. I can see that myself." Bayu's eyes turned serious as he scanned the humanoid figure formed from water. He said in a low voice, "Its aura is similar to this world. Could it be an avatar of that void spirit beast that swallowed us?" Sugu replied, "It's possible. I've never seen anything like it before." The humanoid creature was also scrutinizing Bayu. It spoke in a shrill, grating voice, "Foreign parasites, lurking within Gaia, not only sucking away Gaia's nutrients, but also hunting Gaia's children. Your crimes are unforgivable." Hunting Gaia's children. Hearing the humanoid's words, Bayu instantly recalled the story Yun Su Shangren had told him before his death. There had once been a powerful outsider who, after slaughtering the whale god, disappeared without a trace. Now Bayu realized what had happened to that outsider. Kill. While Bayu was lost in thought, the humanoid creature born from the spirit spring roared and transformed its entire body into countless liquid spikes, which shot toward Bayu at an incredible speed. The spikes pierced through where Bayu had been standing, like needles through tofu, and punctured the floor, leaving behind a series of smooth, round holes. Then, a large amount of water gushed out of the holes, reforming the humanoid creature, which now looked at the spot where Bayu should have been riddled with holes. Only a fading afterimage remained. Bayu had already vanished. Trying to escape? Seeing that Bayu had disappeared, the humanoid creature looked up and saw Bayu standing in the void above the sea. "Found you." After spotting Bayu, the humanoid creature grinned and instantly transformed into a water arrow, breaking the surface of the sea and shooting towards Bayu in the sky at lightning speed. "Bayu, it's coming after you." Sugu, seeing a giant water arrow burst out of the sea, frantically shouted to Bayu, his voice filled with fear. "I know. You don't need to yell so loudly." Seeing the water arrow approach, Bayu summoned the restored nameless, boundless sword and swung a sword aura. The powerful sword aura easily ripped through space, carrying unmatched momentum. It sliced through the water arrow and the ocean below in two. Many of the whale gods beneath the surface were also cut in half by the sword aura. Scarlet blood stained the sea. The water arrow, split in two, quickly transformed into two smaller arrows, which continued to shoot towards Bayu, their speed undiminished. Bayu remained unfazed. He retrieved his demon refining pot and poured the demonic energy generated by his grand transformation of heaven technique into it. Boom! The demon refining pot instantly grew in size. The opening of the pot generated a terrifying suction, directly drawing in the two water arrows. Bayu immediately capped the pot and activated it to refine the humanoid creature. The demon refining pot was capable of refining all things. After becoming a seven-pillar, Bayu had strengthened the pot, making it capable of absorbing and refining an entire universe. Later, when Bayu received the blessings of the primordial chaos will, the demon refining pot was strengthened once more. Furthermore, Bayu's current demonic cultivation technique, the grand transformation of heaven, could also strengthen the power of divine weapons. Through these successive boosts, all of Bayu's divine weapons now possessed unparalleled power, making them powerful aids in his battles. Thud, thud, thud. After Bayu sucked the humanoid creature into the demon refining pot, it began to thrash wildly inside. The loud thuds echoed across the sea. Each time the humanoid creature struck the pot, the ocean trembled. Sugu watched the demon refining pot, which was enduring the intense impacts, his heart in his throat. He anxiously asked Bayu, "Are you sure that gourd is all right? It feels like it's about to break." Bayu, however, remained calm and said, "Don't worry, it won't escape." Soon, the frequency with which the liquid humanoid creature was hitting the pot slowed down, and finally, it became still. Sugu, noticing that the demon refining pot was now quiet, couldn't help but ask Bayu, "Is it finished?" "Yeah, it's been refined." Bayu uncapped the pot and poured out a small, crystal-clear pill. Sugu stared wide-eyed at the pill resting in Bayu's palm. He looked at Bayu in disbelief and stammered, "Why you? You refined that thing into a pill?" "My divine artifact is called the Demon Refining Pot. It can refine anything in the world, even the world itself. Refining that thing into a pill is nothing special." With that, Bayu stored the crystal-clear pill. Although the humanoid creature was powerful, it was still far weaker than Bayu. The pill that the Demon Refining Pot refined only contained 80% of the humanoid creature's spiritual power. Even if Bayu ate it, it would not be of much use to him. He could only use it to boost the cultivation of others. After seeing the function of Bayu's Demon Refining Pot, Sugu's mind became active. He asked Bayu, "Do you think your Demon Refining Pot can also refine void cores? That way, we wouldn't need to search for other ways to refine them, right?" "It can, but the Demon Refining Pot will lose about 20% of the energy during the refining process. If there really is no other way to refine void cores, I can use the Demon Refining Pot as a last resort." Sugu continued, "If it can refine even void cores, can this Demon Refining Pot also refine curses?" "Refine curses?" Bayu was stumped by Sugu's question. He had never considered such a thing. Theoretically speaking, the Demon Refining Pot can refine curses like the ones on Zhou, but what comes out would still be curses, wouldn't it? What's the point of that? How is there no point? Sugu's voice turned excited. Zhou has many powerful curses, and some of those curses he can't even use himself. If you can use the Demon Refining Pot to refine those curses, wouldn't that mean you could also master those curses? Bayu, you're going to the Cursed Deadlands next. If you don't have a few heavyweight curses up your sleeve, you'll have a tough time navigating that place. Hearing Sugu's words, Bayu started to seriously consider it. Using the Demon Refining Pot to refine curses, huh? Rumble. Just as Bayu was seriously contemplating the feasibility of Sugu's suggestion, many whale gods burst out of the sea, creating towering waves that rushed towards Bayu in the sky. Bayu was drawn by the sudden movement of the whale gods. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at them. He noticed that every whale god that had broken the surface had water droplets on its body that were coalescing into humanoid creatures. A large number of humanoid creatures were smiling at Bayu from the backs of the whale gods. So many? Seeing the whale gods that had broken the surface and the countless dark shadows beneath the water, Bayu's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 302, The Sea of Qi. Seeing the sudden appearance of a large number of humanoid creatures, Sugu's voice trembled slightly as he asked Bayu, "There are so many of them. Can your Demon Refining Pot handle this? Should you use that river scroll Luo diagram thing?" "It's the river diagram and Luo scroll," Bayu corrected Sugu, before once again throwing out the Demon Refining Pot. "These guys should still be within the pot's capabilities." "Absorb," Bayu lightly commanded as he activated the Demon Refining Pot. The pot unleashed an immense suction force, starting to absorb the humanoid creatures that were formed from the liquid on the backs of the whale gods. Under the powerful suction force of the pot, large numbers of humanoid creatures were pulled from the whale gods and drawn into the pot. In less than a breath, the Demon Refining Pot had already absorbed more than a dozen humanoid creatures, and the pot swelled up. However, as soon as the pot absorbed a dozen humanoid creatures, more than 20 new whale gods flew out from under the sea, with humanoid creatures also forming on their backs. Sugu couldn't help but say, "Bayu, your Demon Refining Pot is impressive, but this seems endless. Why don't you use a stronger method and just boil this sea?" Sugu believed that with Bayu's power, it would be a trivial matter to burn mountains and boil the seas. Killing all the whale gods beneath the sea should be enough to get them out of this crisis. No, doing so would probably lead to mass destruction. The inhabitants of the islands and the creatures in the coastal areas would all perish. Bayu rejected Sugu's suggestion and continued to rely on the Demon Refining Pot to absorb the humanoid creatures. If the land of Gaia were a dead land, Bayu wouldn't hesitate to boil the sea. He might even cook the giant beast that had swallowed him whole. But Gaia's land was a complete continent with trillions of living beings. Moreover, near the Eastern Sea, there was also Whale God Island, home to Bayu's benefactor. Even if Bayu chose to leave this world early, he would never cause its destruction. Seeing that Baiyu had no intention of destroying this world, Sugu couldn't help but ask, "Then what do you plan to do? I can see that your demon refining pot is reaching its limit. They'll come rushing at us sooner or later. These guys are just cannon fodder, not the root of the problem. To solve this trouble, I need to find their leader." Leader? Sugu was taken aback. Does such a thing even exist? Of course, and I've already found it. A sharp glint flashed through Baiyu's eyes. He once again increased the power of the demon refining pot, causing it to release an even stronger suction force, drawing in not only the humanoid creatures, but also the massive whale gods, which were then refined. Baiyu then tossed the demon refining pot into the air, allowing it to work on its own. He transformed himself into a streak of dark light and dove into the coral palace in the sea. When Baiyu returned to the coral palace, the area was completely submerged, and the surrounding buildings were in ruins, evidence of having endured a powerful water current. In the center of the coral palace, however, the spirit spring was still gushing forth spiritual energy, making the spiritual energy in this sea area far denser than other areas. Sugu, seeing that Baiyu had returned to the coral palace, asked, "Why did you come back here? Is it possible that the leader you're talking about is here?" "Yes." Baiyu responded in a soft voice, not giving any further explanations. He immediately jumped into the spirit spring that was gushing with spiritual energy. The moment Baiyu jumped into the spring, the previously restless spiritual energy erupted violently, and an endless amount of spiritual energy pressed in on Baiyu from all directions. The evil ghost mask around Baiyu's waist began to crack under the immense pressure. "It's cracking! It's cracking! Baiyu, I'm cracking!" Sugu cried out in alarm. Baiyu immediately used his spiritual power to envelop the evil ghost mask, preventing the curse-infused mask from being purified by the surrounding spiritual energy. Only after Baiyu protected him did Sugu let out a long sigh of relief. He then curiously looked around. "I didn't expect this spirit spring, which looks quite ordinary on the surface, to have such a powerful energy inside. I wonder how Yun Su Shangren managed to survive when he jumped in here before?" The spirit spring didn't have any killing intent back then. Baiyu replied to Sugu, and after confirming that the evil ghost mask would no longer crack due to the surrounding energy, he began to descend to the bottom of the spirit spring. "Killing intent? What do you mean? Can this spirit spring kill people?" Sugu asked, confused. "It is indeed this spirit spring that killed him." As Baiyu descended, he told Sugu, "Didn't Yun Su Shangren say that this spirit spring was connected to the void spirit beast Sea of Qi?" "What is a Sea of Qi? Isn't that a place where spiritual power is stored to provide energy for the entire body?" Sugu still didn't understand. "So, what's the connection between this Sea of Qi and the leader you're looking for?" Baiyu explained, "I killed the whale gods and was targeted by that giant beast. Now that giant beast sees me as a pest in its body and wants to get rid of me. So where do you think it's getting its power from?" "The Sea of Qi?" Sugu replied. Baiyu nodded. "That's right, it's the Sea of Qi. We'll use this spirit spring to reach the giant beast's Sea of Qi. If we can eliminate the source, then our troubles will be resolved." Sugu couldn't help but say, "Then what was the point of all that trouble? In the end, it's just like my suggestion. If you destroy the Sea of Qi, the entire land of Gaia will enter a winter and gradually become a dead land." "Who said I'm going to destroy the Sea of Qi?" "Then what? You'll know soon enough. Just watch quietly." Baiyu continued to descend through the spirit spring, but the spring was deeper than he had imagined. Even after descending tens of thousands of meters, Baiyu still hadn't reached the bottom of the spring. On the contrary, the surrounding pressure was increasing, and Baiyu was forced to expend a significant amount of spiritual power to protect Sugu. Sugu complained, "At this rate, when will this ever end? If I had known, I would have had you leave me on the surface. This ghostly place. The spiritual energy is incredibly dense, but not only can we not absorb it, but we have to use a large amount of energy to offset the pressure. Baiyu, if we have to go down another tens of thousands of meters, can you handle it? Why don't you just send me up? You'd have one less burden at least." "We've arrived." At that moment, Baiyu suddenly spoke. Sugu immediately shut his mouth and looked downwards. He saw that at the bottom of the spirit spring, there was a thin membrane. Below the membrane was the void spirit beast's vast sea of qi, so large that the end could not be seen. The spiritual energy stored within was so immense that it could supply several universes with energy for billions of years. This spiritual energy is too shocking. Sugu stared at the sea of qi below and exclaimed, "If this void spirit beast also gave birth to a void core, I wonder what kind of treasure it would be?" Chapter 303. A Mountain of Void Cores. Let's put aside the matter of void cores for now. Let's first think of a way to enter the void spirit beast's sea of qi without damaging this membrane. Baiyu guessed that the membrane on the surface of the sea of qi, though it looked thin as a cicada's wing, was actually incredibly tough. Even if a powerful expert could withstand the immense spiritual pressure to reach this point, they wouldn't have the ability to break through this membrane. Although Baiyu could forcefully pierce the membrane of the Sea of Qi with the domineering demonic energy of his grand transformation of heaven technique, the spiritual power within the Sea of Qi was under extreme high pressure. If Baiyu were to pierce the membrane of the Sea of Qi, the spiritual power within would gush out directly from the spirit spring in the coral palace. If they were lucky, it would only create towering waves and submerge half of the Gaia continent. If they were unlucky, the entire world would be shattered by that powerful spiritual power. Sugu also knew that Baiyu needed a method to solve the problem without harming the land of Gaia. So he didn't offer any bad ideas, but began to carefully examine the membrane on the surface of the Sea of Qi. "Hey, Baiyu, have you noticed that the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi can seep out of this membrane? Isn't that obvious?" Baiyu said, speechless. If the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi couldn't come out, then the spirit spring and the whale gods and liquid-formed humanoid creatures outside wouldn't exist. Sugu continued, "No, Baiyu, listen to me. Spiritual power is a form of energy. Since that energy is being transmitted out of the Sea of Qi, that means the energy from outside can also be transmitted into the Sea of Qi through this membrane. Aren't you still stating the obvious? I also know that my power can be transmitted into the Sea of Qi through this membrane, but the key is how do we get in?" "Hee. Now it's my turn to shine." Sugu chuckled and said proudly, "I have mastered a secret technique called soul-shifting touch, which allows me to infuse consciousness into power and transmit my consciousness through that power." Baiyu asked, "Is that how you were able to descend to this world using the Void Spirit King's curse?" "That's right." Sugu nodded. "My soul-shifting touch can attach my consciousness to spiritual power. So Baiyu, you can completely attach a portion of your consciousness to a portion of your power and enter the Void Spirit Beast's Sea of Qi through this membrane. And you get to decide how much power to transmit." Baiyu inquired again, "Are there any risks with your soul-shifting touch?" "If your consciousness isn't obliterated, then there is no danger. But if your consciousness perishes along with the spiritual power you split off, then your soul will be severely wounded. At best, you will become a fool. At worst, your soul will be scattered. Of course, you can also choose to do as I do, and only use a wisp of your consciousness. That way, even if your consciousness perishes, your body won't suffer too much damage. But if you split off too little consciousness, then your thinking speed and reaction speed will be greatly weakened, and you won't be able to mobilize much spiritual power." Hearing Sugu's words, Baiyu fell silent, muttering to himself, "If I split off too much consciousness using this soul-shifting touch, my main body will be in danger if something unexpected happens. But if I split off too little consciousness, the power won't be enough. It'll be meaningless to even enter the Sea of Qi." The balance between these two is incredibly difficult to decide. Sugu said, "Anyway, I'm only responsible for teaching you the soul-shifting touch technique. How you use it is entirely up to you." Baiyu snapped out of his thoughts and said, "All right, teach me the technique first. As for how I'll use it, I'll decide myself." "Okay, listen to the incantation. I'll only say it once." Sugu spoke quickly and then taught Baiyu the soul-shifting touch. Baiyu himself was extremely talented. He only heard the incantation once and immediately understood the soul-shifting touch, becoming proficient in using it. Sugu was amazed to see that Baiyu had truly learned the soul-shifting touch after only hearing it once. He wouldn't tell Baiyu that his master had spent 3 years teaching him the soul-shifting touch, step by step. This secret technique is so miraculous. As expected, there are always those who are better than you, and heavens beyond heavens. Being able to leave the primordial chaos and wander outside has led to new discoveries every day. Baiyu sighed. A wisp of spiritual power emerged from his fingertip, and that wisp of spiritual power transformed into a small copy of Baiyu. Baiyu's consciousness was attached to that wisp of spiritual power, which circled around at the bottom of the spirit spring and then rushed towards the thin membrane at the bottom, successfully entering the Sea of Qi. However, the moment Baiyu's consciousness entered the Sea of Qi, he immediately felt an incredibly terrifying spiritual pressure rushing towards him. Baiyu immediately pulled back his consciousness and spiritual power, avoiding the impact of that terrifying spiritual pressure. If Baiyu had been a moment slower, he probably would have lost that wisp of consciousness in the Sea of Qi. Sugu also saw the situation in the Sea of Qi and said to Baiyu, "Baiyu, maybe we should give up. That Sea of Qi is so dangerous. What if something goes wrong with your consciousness when you go in? Wouldn't all of your cultivation be wasted?" Sugu finally understood why the experts trapped in this world hadn't chosen to leave this world through the Sea of Qi at the bottom of the spirit spring. Considering the danger of the Sea of Qi, escaping from the Sea of Qi was less reliable than digging through the void spirit beast's flesh. Faced with Sugu's advice, Baiyu shook his head and said, "The moment my consciousness entered the Sea of Qi, I sensed the aura of a large number of void cores from within." A large number of void cores? Sugu was dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Baiyu said, "Before I was swallowed by this void spirit beast, it was devouring another giant beast, and the void core of that swallowed beast is the one I currently have. So, I suspect that this void spirit beast has been preying on a large number of void spirit beasts that contained void cores in the void, and those void spirit beasts' void cores were stored in this void spirit beast's Sea of Qi. That's why I sensed the aura of a large number of void cores inside. Why, your guess is a little too crazy, isn't it?" Sugu's mouth felt dry. Each void core is an incredibly precious treasure. Getting one can greatly increase one's cultivation. If there's a mountain of void cores in this Sea of Qi, then Sugu couldn't go on. He really couldn't imagine what a scene with a mountain of void cores would look like. Baiyu's heart was also beating faster. He looked at the Sea of Qi through the membrane and said to Sugu, "Although this trip is dangerous, that pile of void cores is an unprecedented opportunity for us. Do you want to go in and risk it?" Baiyu's enemy was the brain, and now that an opportunity to rapidly become stronger was presented to him, he still wanted to take the chance, even if the path ahead was incredibly dangerous. Sugu was completely agitated at this point and said, "I want to go in and take a look anyway. I'm just a wisp of consciousness. If I'm gone, then so be it. So the key is you, Baiyu. What do you plan on doing this time? If there really is a mountain of void cores down there, then the void spirit beast must have set up incredibly powerful defenses around it. If you don't go all in, it'll probably be difficult to succeed." A sharp glint flashed through Baiyu's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Then let's go all in." Chapter 304, Full of Peril. After making up his mind, Baiyu no longer hesitated. He immediately split off all of his power and attached his entire consciousness to the separated spiritual power, leaving only his physical body and soul at the bottom of the spirit spring. Seeing that Baiyu had really gone all in, Sugu couldn't help but remind Baiyu, "Baiyu, have you really thought this through? Without your physical body and soul, you can't even display half of your peak combat power with just the spiritual power inside your body. Who knows what dangers lie within the Sea of Qi? This is a very dangerous journey for you." After making his decision, Baiyu did not look back. "Since we decided to go all in, then being hesitant will only hold me back. When a decision has been made, indecision is the enemy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once we obtain a large number of void cores, then I can truly establish myself. Furthermore, I have given this matter serious thought. The success rate of this trip is very high." Baiyu was not a reckless person. If a plan was truly a near-death experience and a slight mistake would lead to complete failure, then Bai Yu would never act rashly. The reason he had split off a wisp of his consciousness to enter the Sea of Qi before was not only to see if the soul-shifting touch technique worked, it was also so that Bai Yu could check the situation in the Sea of Qi. Although powerful beings existed in that Sea of Qi, Bai Yu could handle them with half of his power. If Bai Yu handled things properly on this trip into the Sea of Qi, the rewards would be far greater than the risks he had to take. Seeing that Bai Yu had made his preparations, Sugu no longer tried to persuade him and said, "Since you're determined to go, then I will accompany you to the death. I'll go with you." After saying that, Sugu detached his consciousness from the evil ghost mask and attached it to Bai Yu's spiritual power, saying, "You don't have to worry about me. I won't consume your power. I also have ways to protect myself. Do your best to unleash your full power." Okay. Bai Yu used his spiritual power to condense a human form. Without looking back at his physical body or soul, he directly passed through the membrane and entered the Sea of Qi. As Bai Yu entered the Sea of Qi, its power immediately swept toward Bai Yu from all directions, trying to completely erase his consciousness in an instant. However, Bai Yu had made preparations beforehand. The moment the power swept towards him, he condensed all of his spiritual power into a ball to directly confront the impact of the Sea of Qi's power. At this moment, Bai Yu was like a rock in the sea, unmoving despite the crashing waves. The power of the Sea of Qi also did not seem to be able to maintain its high-intensity impact. After unleashing one wave, its power gradually subsided, and the Sea of Qi returned to calm. Seeing that the Sea of Qi had calmed down, Sugu immediately said to Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, the Sea of Qi seems to have calmed down. This is our chance. Let's hurry up and find the void cores." Bai Yu said, "Don't rush. This Sea of Qi must have its own consciousness. It's accumulating energy right now. If we act rashly, we'll probably be swept away in one go." As Bai Yu spoke, he didn't choose to act. Instead, he further compressed his power, condensing it down to the size of a ping-pong ball. Boom. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Yu finished compressing his power, the Sea of Qi erupted with a power 10 times stronger than the previous attack, violently crashing against the compressed spiritual power that Bai Yu's consciousness was attached to. At this moment, Bai Yu was like a lone boat in the sea. He had no ability to resist under that powerful impact and could only drift along with the current. Fortunately, Bai Yu had compressed his power, so even though the spiritual power impact of the Sea of Qi was very strong, the actual impact that Bai Yu received was much smaller. After that round of impacts, Bai Yu's spiritual power was only depleted by less than 1/10. After experiencing that powerful round of spiritual power impact, Sugu also felt lingering fear. He exclaimed, "Phew! It's finally over. That immense power was just too terrifying. If there was another round, how would we be able to handle it? There shouldn't be a third impact in a short time." Bai Yu noticed that the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi had become a bit thinner. He realized that the previous move must have also been quite taxing on the Void Spirit Beast. As long as the Void Spirit Beast had a normal level of intelligence, it wouldn't do a third round of such a fruitless effort. Bai Yu changed back to his human form from the ball of spiritual power and dashed into the depths of the Sea of Qi. After those 2 waves of spiritual power impact, Bai Yu and Sugu moved unobstructed, without facing any other dangers on the way. Sugu said, "I thought this Sea of Qi would be very dangerous. It only had that one trick. We can just leave after we find the void cores. This Sea of Qi can't do anything to us. Don't be careless. I sensed the presence of living beings in the Sea of Qi before, but now the aura of those living beings has disappeared. It's very likely that the Sea of Qi is brewing some other lethal move." Bai Yu maintained his composure and did not relax his vigilance as he delved deeper into the Sea of Qi. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Sugu stopped talking and remained silent, afraid of affecting Bai Yu's judgment. After all, he was following Bai Yu, and he was currently relying on Bai Yu's power. All his actions would have to follow Bai Yu's commands. After Sugu quieted down, the entire Sea of Qi became incredibly silent. The surrounding spiritual power seemed to have stopped flowing, and only Baiyu continued to venture deeper into the sea of qi. As Baiyu went deeper, he could sense more and more void cores, and those void cores were all gathered in one place. The energy created by a large number of void cores gathered together even slightly distorted the space within the sea of qi. Almost there, Baiyu sensed the presence of a large number of void cores not far away. His eyes turned serious, and he carefully observed all the anomalies in the surroundings. This sea of qi with its own consciousness would never let them take the void cores away easily. However, even though Baiyu had been constantly vigilant until he saw the first void core in the sea of qi, there was no reaction from the sea of qi. It was as if the sea of qi had completely died after expending too much power during the previous outburst. Baiyu, look. Void cores. Sugu, seeing the void core suspended in the sea of qi, exclaimed, and it's a top-grade void core. It's no less impressive than the one you have, Baiyu. Baiyu, we've hit the jackpot. Baiyu's heart couldn't help but feel a little suspicious when he saw the void core floating in the sea of qi, but a top-grade void core was right in front of him, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Baiyu carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there were no abnormalities, before separating off a portion of his spiritual power to reach for the void core. Baiyu's spiritual power successfully grabbed the void core. Nothing happened. Sugu excitedly said, "Haha, I knew there was no danger. Baiyu, there's still a large number of void cores in this sea of qi. We're going to make a fortune this time." However, just as Sugu shouted, Baiyu suddenly felt a pang in his heart, and he immediately released the void core without any hesitation. The instant Baiyu released the void core, the core immediately melted, turning into a large amount of black gas that devoured some of his spiritual power. Chapter 305, Digested Void Cores. It was a trap as expected. Seeing the void core devour some of his spiritual power, and that it was also attempting to consume more of his power through his spiritual energy, Baiyu didn't hesitate to sever the polluted spiritual energy. However, after only consuming a portion of Baiyu's spiritual power, the black gas did not intend to let it go. Instead, it transformed into a black humanoid creature, which charged toward Baiyu at an incredible speed, aiming to devour all of Baiyu's remaining power. Be annihilated. Seeing the black gas attack, Baiyu snorted coldly, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. He immediately activated his power, throwing out a blade of energy that completely wiped away the black gas. As the black gas disappeared, the surroundings returned to calm, and Baiyu's power was reduced by another 10th. Only then did Sugu react, and he said incredulously, "The void core came alive? Perhaps it's a special function of this sea of qi," Baiyu said in a low voice. Before, when the sea of qi went into a complete rampage, it only cost me a 10th of my power. Now, with just one void core, it still managed to make me lose a 10th. This sea of qi is not to be underestimated. I'm afraid the closer we get to the core, the more dangerous it will be. We have to be vigilant from here on out. If it were outside, it wouldn't matter much to Baiyu if a 10th of his power were consumed. He could quickly replenish the lost power. But in this sea of qi, Baiyu was being repelled by the surrounding forces, and there was no way he could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and make it his own. His power would be diminished every time he used it. Even more deadly was that, if his spiritual power were completely consumed, his consciousness would also be completely wiped out. Therefore, Baiyu had to be very economical with his power. Losing 1/5 of his spiritual power before even reaching the center of the sea of qi was a very alarming matter. After all, he not only had to go and retrieve the void cores, but he also needed to save enough power to get out. Sugu also realized the seriousness of the situation and asked Baiyu with some concern, "Baiyu, do you think we can get those void cores at this rate? Also, I've never even heard of void cores coming alive. If all the void cores in this sea of qi are like that one, what are we going to do? We've already come this far. Even if we regret it, there's no turning back. We'll just have to go all the way." Baiyu had no intention of turning back and continued to venture deeper into the sea of qi. As Baiyu gradually approached the core of the sea of qi, the scattered void cores around him began to increase in number. Sugu had never seen so many void cores gathered in one place. But after the lesson of the previous void core, he didn't ask Baiyu to collect any of the surrounding void cores. And Baiyu also feared that the surrounding void cores were all traps, so he didn't even look at them and continued to take Sugu deeper into the core of the Sea of Qi. Before figuring out the specific circumstances of those void cores, Baiyu did not intend to touch them again. Baiyu, sometimes I really have to admire you. There are so many top-grade void cores around, and even more than half of them are of a quality that is no less than your void core. Yet, you don't even glance at them. If it were anyone else, they would have already couldn't resist taking those top-grade void cores. Baiyu replied, maintaining restraint and rationality is a fundamental rule of cultivation. No matter how top-grade those void cores are, they are still traps set by the Sea of Qi. As Baiyu ignored the void cores, his speed at going deeper into the core of the Sea of Qi increased, and the number of top-grade void cores surrounding him grew. At first, although there were many void cores around Baiyu, they were sparse and did not affect Baiyu's progress. However, as Baiyu got closer and closer to the center of the Sea of Qi, the number of surrounding void cores increased, and they even began to block Baiyu's path. Baiyu, the number of void cores in this Sea of Qi is getting more and more ridiculous. How many weak void spirit beasts did that beast have to devour to gather so many void cores? I don't know either. Baiyu stopped in front of a wall made of stacked void cores. Each of the countless void cores exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Baiyu, we've been blocked by a wall. Sugu's scalp tingled at the sight of the wall of stacked void cores. If someone absorbed all of the void cores in this Sea of Qi, who knows how strong they would become? Let's retreat first. Baiyu looked at the void core wall in front of him, not attempting to force his way through. Instead, he kept retreating, maintaining a distance from the wall of void cores. However, Baiyu hadn't retreated a few steps when the void cores behind him all seemed to come alive. They gathered behind Baiyu and also formed a wall of void cores. Seeing himself sandwiched between walls, Baiyu prepared to leave in another direction, but even more void cores surrounded them, blocking all of Baiyu's escape routes. Baiyu was trapped in the center of a cube constructed of void cores. Large amounts of black gas diffused from the walls of the void cores, and many void cores began to melt on the spot, releasing even more black gas. Seeing the void cores surrounding them from all directions, Sugu couldn't help but swear, "Damn it! If we go out and say we were surrounded by a mountain of void cores, probably even a fool wouldn't believe it." Baiyu, do you think these are real void cores, or are they fake void cores made by the Sea of Qi? Have we been tricked? These should all be real void cores. Baiyu's brain was working at full speed at this moment. He looked at the walls of void cores around him and said, I suspect that the void cores that melt and release black gas have already been digested by this Sea of Qi, but they still retain all the properties of a void core. Sugu replied, then we've just wasted our efforts? If these void cores have all been digested, why did we risk our lives coming in here? No. All the risks we are taking at this moment are worth it. Baiyu scanned the densely packed void cores surrounding him, a glint of light in his eyes. There are digested void cores here. Those digested void cores have turned into the Sea of Qi's power, which we can't absorb, so we don't need to think about them. However, the remaining portion of void cores that haven't been digested is a treasure trove to us. They are the goal of this trip. Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu also became excited, even forgetting the dangerous situation he was currently in, and asked Baiyu, then how do we distinguish whether these void cores have been digested or not? In Sugu's eyes, all of these void cores looked identical. He couldn't tell the difference at all. I don't know either. Baiyu shook his head. After all, I don't know anything about void cores. You don't know either? Sugu was taken aback. Then what should we do? Baiyu said, then we only have a simple solution. What simple solution? A sharp glint flashed through Baiyu's eyes as he said, let all the digested void cores turn into black gas, and what's left will be the void cores that we're going to take. Chapter 306, A Theoretical Possibility. Let all the digested void cores turn into black gas. Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu was shocked. Are you crazy? When one void core turned into black gas, it devoured almost a tenth of your spiritual power. Now, you want to turn all those void cores into black gas? You wouldn't have enough lives. If I don't try, how do I know if it's impossible? Baiyu laughed as he condensed his spiritual energy into a sword. He immediately charged towards the wall of void cores in front of him. The sword formed from spiritual energy easily pierced the wall of void cores. Many void cores turned into black gas, which enveloped Baiyu, and began to devour the spiritual energy from the surface of Baiyu's body. In less than a breath, another tenth of Baiyu's power was taken. No, Baiyu. It's being consumed too quickly. This idea won't work. Sugu anxiously shouted when he saw that Baiyu's power was less than 7/10 of what it was. Baiyu's power still seemed abundant now, but they were still a distance from the core of the Sea of Qi. They didn't know what awaited them ahead. If too much power was consumed here, Baiyu would not be able to reach the core of the Sea of Qi at all. Moreover, Baiyu had only made the void cores on one wall turn into black gas. Who knows how many void cores there were in this Sea of Qi? What Baiyu was doing right now was equivalent to courting death. However, at this moment, Baiyu had no time to respond to Sugu. He was completely focused on fighting his way out of a pile of digested void cores. He dashed toward the core of the Sea of Qi at an incredible speed. Behind Baiyu, large numbers of void cores melted, and the black gas they released condensed into a black beast that was exactly the same as the void spirit beast outside, chasing after Baiyu. That black beast opened its bloody maw and continuously devoured the spiritual energy from the Sea of Qi. Its figure grew larger and larger. Soon, Baiyu became as small as a grain of rice in front of that black beast. The void spirit beast roared and began to devour large numbers of void cores in the Sea of Qi. Regardless of whether the void cores were good or bad, they all went into the black beast's mouth, making the black beast even more terrifying. Baiyu knew that the evil beast was chasing him from behind, but he did not look back and accelerated towards the center of the Sea of Qi. That's right. That's right. Run quickly. That beast looks too fierce and can absorb the Sea of Qi's spiritual power and void cores. If we fight it now, there's only a dead end. Sugu muttered to himself, seemingly only able to remain calm by talking incessantly in his extremely nervous state. However, as Sugu muttered to himself, he suddenly noticed that Baiyu's speed was slowing down, and the spiritual power in his body was being consumed at an incredible rate. Even though there was no black gas from the melted void cores, Baiyu's spiritual power had already dropped to less than half. Damn it, Baiyu. What's going on? Sugu exclaimed in surprise when he saw that Baiyu's spiritual power was being rapidly consumed and quickly checked the status of Baiyu's spiritual power. But Sugu didn't know until he checked. Baiyu was currently absorbing spiritual power from the Sea of Qi like crazy, and it was precisely that unabsorbable spiritual power that was causing Baiyu's spiritual power to be consumed so rapidly. Seeing this, Sugu said with disbelief, "You've really gone mad. The spiritual power in this Sea of Qi is not something that can be absorbed. What you're doing now is completely driving yourself into a dead end. If all of your power is consumed, then we're finished." Baiyu said, "If you have time to babble here, you might as well join me in researching this spiritual power and think of a way to attach our consciousness to the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi." Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu was first stunned, then reacted and exclaimed in shock, "You intend to attach your consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi?" Baiyu said, "I've researched your soul-shifting touch. With your special technique, in theory, we can attach our consciousness to any energy body, and that naturally includes the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi. With my current limited spiritual power that can't be replenished, I'm too limited in this Sea of Qi. I can't do anything at all. All I can do is forcefully occupy the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi. Once our power can be replenished, then we'll no longer be afraid of any danger in the Sea of Qi." But Sugu was still a little hesitant, but when he saw Baiyu begin to gobble up the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, he stopped talking and helped Baiyu analyze the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi. The black beast chasing Baiyu from behind was closing in, And although Bai Yu had made progress with attaching his consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, his speed of transferring his consciousness was not as fast as the speed his spiritual power was being consumed. At this rate, even if Bai Yu could transfer his consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, his consciousness would still be severely wounded. If this happened, he could lose some of his memories at best and become a fool with impaired intelligence at worst. Seeing that the speed at which Bai Yu was using soul-shifting touch to transfer his consciousness was too slow, Sugu said to Bai Yu, you can't keep going like this. Your consciousness will be severely damaged. I know. I will try my best to keep the loss to only a partial loss of my memory. Bai Yu had already resigned himself. That huge pile of void cores was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to greatly increase his strength, and Bai Yu was willing to pay some of the price to obtain that power. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sugu also fell silent. After thinking for a moment, Sugu seemed to make up his mind and said to Bai Yu, give me half of your power now. What are you going to do? Bai Yu asked Sugu. All of his current spiritual power consumption was carefully calculated. By using all of his current spiritual power to buy time, he would only lose some of his memory after transferring his consciousness, which was a price he could accept. But if he were to give half of his spiritual power to Sugu, then the spiritual power he had left wouldn't be enough to support him in completing the consciousness transfer. Once his spiritual power was depleted, he would most likely become a fool, forgetting everything, and turning into a lonely ghost in this Sea of Qi. Sugu said seriously, Bai Yu, if you believe in me, then give half of your spiritual power to me. I can help you attach your consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi without suffering any damage. Hearing Sugu's words, Bai Yu took a deep look at Sugu, and then gave half of his current spiritual power to Sugu. Sugu was taken aback by how quickly he had received Bai Yu's power. You trust me this much? He knew in his heart that in the current situation in the Sea of Qi, giving half of his power to him was the same as entrusting him with his life. He had even prepared to be rejected by Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, when you helped me awaken the river diagram and Luo scroll when fighting Zhou, I already owed you a big favor. You saved me again when I was controlled by demonic cultivation. I now owe you 2 lives. Even if you fail, it's only a matter of me repaying you the lives I owe you. You don't have to feel burdened. When Bai Yu said that, Sugu was first stunned, then laughed and said, since you said that, then how could I possibly let you die? Bai Yu, you wait. I'm about to make you owe me a 3rd favor. Chapter 307. A Hair's Breadth Escape. After saying that, Sugu did not hesitate and began to chant a strange incantation using Bai Yu's power. Suddenly, a strange demonic sound echoed in Bai Yu's mind, making his consciousness a bit hazy, and he felt the urge to fall asleep. Sugu, hold on, don't fall asleep. I'm drawing all of my consciousness over here. Your consciousness will be affected during this period. It's normal. As Sugu spoke, Bai Yu felt the spiritual power he gave to Sugu being consumed at a rate even faster than he himself could. However, Bai Yu could also feel that a powerful consciousness was descending beside him and was guiding his consciousness to rapidly fuse with the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi. What an incredible method! Is this the guardian deity of the void spirit race in the primordial beginning realm? Roar! Just as Bai Yu was shocked by Sugu's incredible method, he heard a deafening roar coming from behind him. The black beast had quietly arrived behind him, and its open maw was about to swallow him. Only then did Bai Yu realize that he had been too focused on Sugu's changes and completely failed to notice the black beast behind him that had quietly sped up. I can't let that beast swallow me. Bai Yu realized that he was covered by the beast's shadow, suddenly accelerated, and escaped the black beast's jaws. He sped towards the depths of the Sea of Qi, constantly increasing the distance between himself and the black beast. After witnessing Sugu's methods, Bai Yu completely entrusted the task of attaching his consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi to Sugu, while he himself focused on avoiding the black gas attacks and putting distance between himself and the black beast. With their division of labor, the situation gradually improved. The void spirit beast's Sea of Qi also seemed to be angered by its inability to get rid of Bai Yu. The spiritual power around Baiyu became extremely violent, and the black beast behind him roared louder and louder. The entire sea of qi was violently shaking. Sugu, push it a bit more. My spiritual power is being consumed even faster. Baiyu desperately suppressed the urge to fall asleep while he was fleeing, and urged Sugu. I'm trying. At this moment, Sugu had also transferred all of his consciousness to Baiyu's side. He also bet everything he had on this, using all of his abilities to transfer his and Baiyu's consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi without regard for cost. In this way, Baiyu and Sugu were racing against death. They had to complete the transfer of all their consciousness before their spiritual power was completely consumed. Baiyu's figure became more and more illusory, his drowsiness became more and more intense, and he was about to lose his support and fall completely asleep. Boom! The spiritual power around Baiyu went into complete chaos. The black beast, now larger than a planet, had already arrived behind him. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Baiyu with incredible speed. At this moment, Baiyu had exhausted all of his power and could no longer evade. The instant that Baiyu lost consciousness, the black beast swallowed him in one bite, and the violent spiritual power in the Sea of Qi instantly calmed down. At this time, the demon refining pot, which was absorbing massive amounts of humanoid creatures above the sea, was also reaching its limit. A large number of humanoid creatures were constantly crashing against the inside of the demon refining pot, and the demon refining pot could not keep up with the digestion. It looked like it was about to be torn apart. Fortunately, with the calming of the Sea of Qi, the whale gods and humanoid creatures that were wreaking havoc in the sea had also disappeared. The surface of the sea suddenly became calm, and no more humanoid creatures were being created. The demon refining pot no longer absorbed any more demons and began to focus all of its energy on digesting the humanoid creatures within it. Those humanoid creatures that were constantly crashing against the demon refining pot were quickly refined by it. The demon refining pot returned to normal. In the Sea of Qi, connected to the spirit spring beneath the coral palace, the black beast that had swallowed Baiyu patrolled its surroundings, and after confirming that the foreign intruders had completely disappeared, it dispersed back into black gas and condensed into void cores again, distributed all over the Sea of Qi. However, not long after the Sea of Qi had completely calmed down, a portion of the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi actively condensed into Baiyu and a small, palm-sized, pitch-black spiritual beast that resembled a small qilin. In the nick of time before Baiyu was swallowed by the black beast, Sugu had successfully transferred all of his and Baiyu's consciousness. He had attached them to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, breaking free from the lock of the Sea of Qi. Although Baiyu's spiritual power had been completely consumed by the Sea of Qi, since Baiyu and Sugu's consciousness had already been attached to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, they were no longer recognized as enemies by the Sea of Qi, and they would no longer be attacked. Phew, we're finally alive. That was truly a close call. I really didn't think that this Sea of Qi would be so dangerous. Baiyu let out a sigh of relief. The dangerous situation from before, even being 1 second too slow, would have led to complete failure, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. After saying that, Baiyu looked at Sugu, who had turned into a small spiritual beast. He was quite surprised and said, I really didn't think that your true form would be so adorable. I thought that as the guardian deity of the palace master of the Void Spirit royal family, your appearance would be that of a giant beast that could shake the heavens. Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu became a bit annoyed and said angrily, I can only maintain this form because I've exhausted all of my power. My true form is incredibly majestic. Don't look down on me. Seeing Sugu's current fierce but cute appearance, Baiyu really couldn't imagine Sugu's majestic form. He could only barely hold back his laughter and said, Okay. I know your true form is majestic. After we get out, I'll take a good look at that majestic true form. I wouldn't have survived this ordeal without your help. I owe you another big favor. Sugu replied, Don't talk about favors anymore. I'm putting my old life on the line to help you. Now, all of my consciousness is on your side, and my body is just an empty shell. You have to protect me for the rest of my life. Baiyu laughed, Don't worry, I will absolutely not let you die before I die. I can promise you that. That's more like it. Hearing Bayu's promise, Sugu nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned his attention to the Sea of Qi. His eyes began to glow as he said excitedly, Bayu, now that we can move freely in this Sea of Qi and we won't be attacked, those void cores are all ours. We're really going to be rich. Bayu, let's stop chatting here. Let's go to the depths of the Sea of Qi and see how many top-grade void cores there are. Our strength will be completely transformed this time. Ha ha ha. It's just one word, awesome. As Sugu spoke, Bayu gradually became excited as well. He looked towards the deepest part of the Sea of Qi. There, extremely powerful forces were surging. Yeah, let's go now. The void cores in this Sea of Qi are all ours. Chapter 308. The Colossal Void Core. After Bayu and Sugu attached their consciousness to the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, the consciousness that existed in the Sea of Qi could no longer recognize whether Bayu and Sugu were enemies. It also no longer had any defenses against Bayu and Sugu. In this way, Bayu and Sugu successfully arrived at the very center of the Sea of Qi. There, they discovered a massive, glowing white sphere that was as dazzling as the sun. Around the massive, glowing sphere, countless void cores were suspended. Each void core contained an enormous amount of energy. Seeing the glowing sphere in the center of the Sea of Qi, Bayu said in amazement, "What is that thing? It feels like it has the same aura as a void core." Sugu was also shocked. I've never seen a void core like that before. As far as I know, the largest void core is only about 1 meter in radius. But the void core in this Sea of Qi, it can't even be called a core anymore. It should be called a planet or a star, right? The void core in the Sea of Qi looked like the sun, and its actual size was also approaching that of a real sun. Faced with such enormous power, even Bayu felt small. Bayu carefully observed the massive void core in the center of the Sea of Qi and said to Sugu, Sugu, have you noticed that the power within that void core is not being released into the Sea of Qi? Instead, the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi is constantly entering the inside of that void core. Hearing Bayu's words, Sugu also reacted. He carefully examined the massive void core in the center of the Sea of Qi and said, it really does seem like that's the case. But it doesn't make sense. A void core should be the source of a void spirit beast's power. If the void spirit beast has a void core, then the power in the Sea of Qi should all be provided by the void core. How come this void core is going in the opposite direction and is constantly absorbing the power in the Sea of Qi? Isn't that making the void spirit beast weaker? Bayu said, what if this void core isn't the void spirit beasts? Not the void spirit beasts? Sugu was taken aback. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and he said to Bayu incredulously, you mean that the massive void core was swallowed by the void spirit beast from outside? That's right. Bayu nodded. That's the only explanation for why the void spirit beast would devour large numbers of void cores, and why the massive void core is still absorbing the spiritual power from the Sea of Qi. It's probably that after swallowing the massive void core, the void spirit beast wanted to make it its own. So, it constantly devoured other void cores to gain power to supply that massive void core. After hearing Bayu's explanation, Sugu became excited again and said agitatedly, if what you say is true, then the massive void core is the biggest treasure in this Sea of Qi. All the other void cores in the Sea of Qi added together wouldn't be equal to that massive void core. Bayu nodded, yeah, we've hit the jackpot this time, but the key now is, how do we claim the prize? The exterior of that massive void core was extremely solid, and the energy within it was incredibly large. Now, using conventional methods, it would be a pipe dream to even extract the power from that massive void core, let alone perfectly absorb it. As Bayu raised that question, Sugu also returned to reality from his elation and said, that's right, that is indeed a problem. We came here initially to look for a method to perfectly absorb top-grade void cores, but looking at that massive void core, not only do we not have a way to perfectly absorb it, we might not even have a way to absorb it at all. If we can't extract power from that massive void core, then no matter how precious the void core is, it will be useless. Bai carefully examined that massive void core again and said to Sugu, "We won't be able to figure anything out by just staring at it here. Let's split up and look around to see if there are any methods to absorb that massive void core." "Okay, I'll go and check over there. You can look around this area." Sugu nodded and went to the other side of the massive void core. Anyway, they were no longer in danger in this sea of chi. Splitting up would also save time. After Sugu went to the other side of the massive void core to search, Bai also became serious and began to approach that massive void core. The closer Bai got to the void core, the more pressure he felt. It was as if the massive void core was rejecting everything in the sea of chi. This massive void core's power is so terrifying. I wonder where it was born and how it was swallowed by this void spirit beast. Bai muttered to himself. After approaching the massive void core to a certain distance, he felt a layer of transparent membrane blocking the outer perimeter of the massive void core, preventing him from moving forward. The spiritual energy in the sea of chi could still pass through that membrane into the interior of the massive void core, but Bai's consciousness was precisely excluded outside. Not only Bai's consciousness, but the digested void cores outside the transparent membrane could not enter. Bai could see many void cores melting and releasing black gas, attempting to pass through that transparent membrane, but not even a single wisp of black gas was able to successfully pass through. This transparent membrane should be the self-protection mechanism of that massive void core. It's probably because of the existence of this membrane that the void spirit beast has never been able to absorb this massive void core. Bai patted that transparent membrane and discovered that the strength and toughness of the transparent membrane were exceptionally high. Even if his main body was here from outside the sea of chi, he still wouldn't be able to forcefully break through this membrane. Forcibly breaking this membrane and entering that void core is an unrealistic idea. I have to think of another way. Bai realized that this membrane that blocked everything could be the key to breaking the situation, so he turned his attention to finding a way to pass through the membrane. Bai flew around the massive void core and asked Sugu after meeting him, who was also researching the membrane, "Did you find anything?" Sugu said, "This membrane, aside from the power that the massive void core needs to absorb, blocks everything else, including our consciousness. It doesn't even work if we attach our consciousness to spiritual energy. I'm seeing this kind of unique defense mechanism for the first time. Perhaps the key to breaking through this situation is right here." Bai nodded slightly. "That's what I think as well." "Oh, right, Sugu. I remember you saying before that Ai Shuang is a princess of the Void Spirit royal family, right?" "Yes." Sugu nodded. "Why did you suddenly ask about that?" Bai looked towards the outside of the Sea of Qi and said, "Doesn't the Void Spirit race have a special talent that allows them to pass through all obstacles and barriers? Even the barriers of the primordial chaos can't stop them? So, I'm wondering if Ai Shuang can help us pass through this membrane?" Chapter 309. The Secret Art of Stealing Talents. Have Ai Shuang pass through this membrane? Upon hearing Bai's words, Sugu pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "No, this Qi Si is too dangerous. Ai Shuang isn't strong to begin with, and she's lost a lot of her memories, making her consciousness quite weak. It's too risky for her to go in." Bai asked, "So, Ai Shuang has the ability to pass through this membrane?" Sugu, "Theoretically, she should be able to, but it's too dangerous. Even if we have to give up this colossal void core, I wouldn't let Ai Shuang take such a risk." As Ai Shuang's guardian deity, Sugu's most important task was to protect her. For Sugu, compared to Ai Shuang's safety, everything else, even his own life, was unimportant. Seeing Sugu's firm stance, Bai understood that it was unrealistic to have Ai Shuang come help personally. He then turned to Sugu and asked, "Is this talent of the Void Spirit clan, to traverse the myriad realms, inherited through bloodline, innate, or learned through training?" Sugu replied, "This talent is innate, and not every Void Spirit clan member has a talent as strong as Ai Shuang's. If you were to look across the entire primordial realm, the one most likely to pass through the membrane outside this colossal void core would only be Ai Shuang. Even the Void Spirit King wouldn't be able to get in." Bai frowned slightly. "So, you're saying that if Ai Shuang doesn't come, we have no way in?" Actually, there are other ways, not completely without options. Sugu hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the primordial realm, there's a group of rogues who specialize in hunting down Void Spirit clan members. They use secret techniques to extract the Void Spirit clan members' talent for traversing the myriad realms, turning it into spirit crystals. Those who don't have Void Spirit clan blood can then obtain the talent for traversing the myriad realms through these spirit crystals. Does extracting the Void Spirit clan's talent using this secret art cause any harm to the Void Spirit clan members? Baiyu asked again. Actually, there's not much damage. It just causes the Void Spirit clan member to lose that ability and requires a period of rest. However, because the Void Spirit clan strictly prohibits the flow of their special abilities to the outside world, once it's discovered that an outsider has mastered a Void Spirit clan's power, that person will be relentlessly hunted down by the Void Spirit clan for all eternity. Therefore, after successfully obtaining a Void Spirit clan member's power, the rogues who steal these abilities will always choose to kill to keep it secret. A secret art for stealing a clan's bloodline talent. This primordial realm is indeed wondrous. I've never heard of such a method in the primordial chaos, Baiyu exclaimed. He then asked Sugu, do you know this secret art? I know of it, but... Sugu nodded, then looked at Baiyu. Are you really planning to steal AI Shuang's talent? Isn't that a little unfair to her? Baiyu said, this is the only way we can both ensure AI Shuang's safety and get close to that colossal void core. Moreover, the reason AI Shuang was targeted by the Skywalkers, becoming a bridge for the Skywalkers' invasion of the primordial chaos, is because of her special talent. If I release her from my small world and let her roam outside, she will eventually be targeted by the Skywalkers again. Letting AI Shuang lose that talent of traversing the myriad realms might not be a bad thing for her. Sugu said, what you say does make sense. After all, the Void Spirit clan was wiped out by the Skywalkers precisely because of that talent, and they had also invaded numerous worlds relying on that special talent. You could say it's the source of much evil. But I am, in the end, AI Shuang's guardian deity. The idea of me extracting her talent, I really can't bring myself to do it. Seeing Sugu's continued hesitation, Baiyu didn't want to force him, saying, in that case, let's think of another way. Since that Void Spirit beast swallowed the colossal void core and is constantly using its own spiritual power to nourish it, it must mean there is another way to get inside. Baiyu already owed Sugu 3 favors, and he wouldn't do anything that Sugu was unwilling to do. As far as Baiyu was concerned, even if Sugu used their agreement to monopolize the colossal void core, he wouldn't have any qualms or resentment. No matter how precious the colossal void core was, it was just an external object. It wasn't enough to make Baiyu destroy his Dao heart. Sugu sighed slightly and glanced at the colossal void core. He said, let's think of other methods first. If there's really no other choice, I'll consider it again. After some discussion, the two of them split up again, inspecting the area around the colossal void core. However, the membrane sealed the core completely, with absolutely no openings to break through. Baiyu and Sugu met again. It seems that we weren't meant to have this opportunity with the colossal void core. Let's try to collect the smaller void cores outside. They'll be a decent harvest in themselves. Baiyu couldn't find a way to pass through the membrane and accepted this reality with composure. Sugu, on the other hand, felt a little unwilling. Looking at the transparent membrane in front of him, he hesitated for a moment before saying to Baiyu, Baiyu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to turn the tables. If we miss this chance, and the seer targets us again next time, not only you and I, but even AI Shuang, will not be able to escape unscathed. Baiyu looked at Sugu. So, you agree to extract AI Shuang's talent using the secret art? Or are you going to have AI Shuang come to help? Sugu said, it's my bottom line that AI Shuang not be put in danger. I can help you extract AI Shuang's talent, but I have a condition. What condition? Baiyu asked. Sugu, after you inherit AI Shuang's talent for traversing the myriad realms, AI Shuang will not be able to take that ability back from you. However, she can still accept the abilities of other Void Spirit clan members. Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. So, you mean, Sugu, I require you to hunt down the Void Spirit King and use the secret art to extract the Void Spirit King's talent for traversing the myriad realms for AI Shuang to inherit. In addition, you have to take AI Shuang as your disciple, and you will be responsible for nurturing her and ensuring her safety. Baiyu, if you can fulfill the conditions I've proposed, I'll help you this time. Not only that, I can give you all of the colossal void core. A hint of surprise flashed across Baiyu's eyes. Give me all of the colossal void core? Did I hear that right? I've thought about it. With my strength, I am simply incapable of protecting AI Shuang's safety. The colossal void core would be wasted on me. Moreover, the Void Spirit Clan has been targeted by the Skywalkers. If she wants to survive, she can only be protected by someone stronger. I am definitely not capable of doing that. So, I plan to give you all the resources here to allow you to become that stronger person, to protect AI Shuang well. Baiyu looked deeply at Sugu, then said, "All right, I promise you. I'll take AI Shuang as my disciple and protect her for all eternity." Chapter 310, Inheriting Talent. Sugu looked deeply at Baiyu and said, "Baiyu, although I believe you'll keep your word, this matter concerns AI Shuang. I need to sign a contract with you. Are you willing?" Of course, no problem. Baiyu wasn't bothered by Sugu's words. However, in this void, there are no heavenly Dao laws to bind us. What kind of contract can possibly bind me? It wasn't that Baiyu was arrogant. After learning the great transformation of heaven, the demonic art, his strength had undergone massive changes. Even in the primordial chaos, no contract could bind him. Contracts, at their core, relied on a greater power to bind the parties signing the contract. With Baiyu's current strength, there weren't many stronger forces that could bind him. Sugu said, "I am a divine beast born in the primordial realm. Even after leaving the primordial realm, I am still under the protection of its will. We can use the primordial realm's will to sign a contract. If we violate the contract, the primordial realm's will punish us. If we approach the primordial realm, the primordial realm's will obliterate us. Baiyu, are you willing to sign this contract?" "No problem," Baiyu readily replied. He was someone who valued his promises. Even without a contract, and with no consequences for breaking his word, if he had made a promise, he would do his best to keep it. Regardless of how severe the consequences for breaking the contract were, it would have no impact on Baiyu. Good. Let's sign the contract now. Sugu's expression became extremely serious. He took out a wisp of his consciousness and condensed it into a contract, saying to Baiyu, "You have to divide a wisp of your consciousness into the contract in order to finalize it." Okay. Baiyu quickly scanned the contract and, after confirming that there were no problems, divided a wisp of his consciousness and merged it with Sugu's consciousness. As Baiyu's consciousness merged into the contract twisted slightly and then vanished. This is... Baiyu looked at Sugu in confusion. It's already heading to the primordial realm. Once the primordial realms receives our contract will come into effect. After seeing the contract disappear, Sugu felt as if he had fulfilled a wish. He then said to Baiyu, "Let's go. There's no time to lose. We need to leave this Qi as quickly as possible and find AI Shuang to extract her talent." Baiyu keenly noticed the subtle shift in Sugu's emotions and couldn't help but say, "Sugu, are you hiding something from me?" "No, why? What's wrong?" Sugu looked at Baiyu in confusion and asked. Baiyu looked deeply at Sugu again, then stopped pursuing the matter. He said, "It's nothing. I must have been overthinking things. Let's leave the Qi first." Okay. Leaving the Qi was much easier than entering it. Before long, the consciousness of Baiyu and Sugu had passed through the outer membrane of the Qi and returned to their bodies. Since Sugu only had consciousness and no physical body, he could only continue to stay within the ghost mask. "Baiyu, send me into your small world. I'll use the secret art to extract AI Shuang's talent while you rest and recuperate outside, staying in your best condition." Okay. Baiyu nodded, sending the ghost mask, along with Sugu, into his small world. He also shared some of his power with Sugu, giving him sufficient spiritual power to activate the secret art. After sending Sugu into his small world, Baiyu didn't waste any time. He retrieved the demon refining pot, which was floating on the surface of the sea, and extracted all the energy that the pot had refined, absorbing it all. The demon refining pot had refined a large number of humanoid beings and had accumulated a vast amount of power. While this power couldn't increase Baiyu's cultivation much, it could quickly replenish Baiyu's depleted spiritual power. Although Baiyu was currently using his consciousness to attach to the Qi-Ci's spiritual power, concealing himself from the Qi-Ci's awareness, the Qi-Ci's consciousness would eventually sense something was amiss and begin to retaliate. What Baiyu needed most right now was time, and the power absorbed by the demon refining pot could return him to his peak condition in the shortest possible time. Soon, the spiritual power within Baiyu's body had become full, and his spirit had become very vigorous. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting for Sugu to finish his part. Baiyu, I've already extracted it. Sugu controlled the ghost mask and flew out of Baiyu's small world. Behind him, rhombus-shaped transparent crystal was suspended, containing a peculiar power. Sugu sent the transparent crystal to Baiyu, saying, "This crystal contains AI Shuang's talent for traversing the myriad realms. After you absorb the energy inside, you'll gain AI Shuang's ability." Baiyu took the transparent crystal and could feel that the peculiar power inside the crystal was repelling him. Sensing the power's resistance, Baiyu couldn't help but ask Sugu, "The power inside this crystal is rejecting me. Is it really possible to forcefully absorb it?" Sugu explained, "That's normal. After all, it's a talent that belongs exclusively to AI Shuang. Naturally, only AI Shuang can fully unleash its power. When you absorb this power, it's like a person receiving an organ transplant. There will be a rejection reaction. Of course, after you absorb this power, if you have sufficient ability to tame it, you might be able to maximize the use of this power in the future. Currently, you should only be able to unleash about 70% of AI Shuang's talent. However, with your power, plus 70% of AI Shuang's ability, you'll already be sufficient to deal with most barriers." "Okay, I understand." After hearing Sugu's explanation, Baiyu didn't hesitate any longer. He ignored the resistance of AI Shuang's talent and forcefully absorbed the energy within the crystal. As Baiyu drew the energy out of the crystal, he felt a strange power enter his body, spreading along the meridians throughout his body and fusing with his soul. A portion of new memories appeared within Baiyu's soul, and with the emergence of that portion of new memories, he had inherited AI Shuang's talent for traversing the myriad realms. Crack. As the power inside the crystal completely fused with Baiyu's soul, cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal in Baiyu's hand. The crystal then shattered, turning into dust in Baiyu's hand. "How is it?" Seeing that the crystal in Baiyu's hand had shattered, Sugu couldn't help but ask. "I think it's done." Baiyu closed his eyes, sensed his newly gained ability, and then looked at the Qi-Ci membrane below, his eyes turning serious. "Sugu, come here." Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu, along with the ghost mask, returned to Baiyu's waist. A flash of light appeared in Baiyu's eyes. He didn't use soul-shifting touch to split his consciousness. Instead, he placed his hand directly on the Qi-Ci membrane and pressed lightly. Just like dipping a hand into water, Baiyu's hand easily passed through the Qi-Ci membrane and entered its interior. Chapter 311. Baiyu at his peak. It worked. Seeing Baiyu pass through the Qi-Ci membrane without any hindrance, Sugu became excited. "Now you can go in with your true body." A considerably powerful ability. Baiyu nodded slightly and asked Sugu, "Does AI Shuang's ability have a name?" The Void Spirit clan call this ability Omniscient Observation of the Myriad Realms. Omniscient Observation of the Myriad Realms. A good name. I'll remember it. As Baiyu spoke, he didn't immediately enter the Qi-Ci. Instead, he withdrew his hand and took out the demon refining pot once more. Seeing that Baiyu wasn't going in, Sugu was puzzled. "Baiyu, why aren't you going in?" "No rush. I can't absorb the spiritual power in the Qi-Ci. I need to make adequate preparations to deal with any possible accidents." With that said, Baiyu placed the demon refining pot into the Qi-Ci, allowing it to absorb the Qi-Ci's spiritual power and refine it. Seeing Baiyu's actions, Sugu immediately understood Bayu's intention and asked, "How much power can your demon refining pot store for you?" Bayu replied, "With the current capacity of the demon refining pot, it can store enough spiritual power to replenish me 3 times over." Sugu said, "That's impressive. I didn't expect that your demon refining pot would have this function. So, if you're fighting with someone in the future, and you suddenly take out the demon refining pot and take a sip, wouldn't your opponent be dumbfounded?" Bayu shook his head and laughed. "It's not as easy as you think. This function of the demon refining pot only works in extreme environments where it's impossible to replenish spiritual power. In a normal environment, if I encounter an enemy that can deplete all of my power, they won't give me time to take out the demon refining pot to drink a potion. It would be better to simply devour the spiritual power from the outside world to replenish my energy." Sugu, "But no matter what, we have a safety net now, and with your ability to enter with your true body, I think we're a sure thing to get that colossal void core." Bayu said, "Let's hope that everything goes this smoothly. If we can get that void core, then our chances of surviving in the cursed death domain will greatly increase. I hope you can just blast right through the cursed death domain." Sugu had gotten a bit carried away. That cursed death domain is the source of all disasters. Any world that is contaminated by the cursed death domain never ends up well. There was a time that the cursed death domain was about to approach the primordial realm, bringing disaster to the primordial realm. It was only by the joint efforts of the great beings of the primordial realm, and after paying a heavy price, that the cursed death domain changed direction. Otherwise, the current primordial realm would have long been assimilated by the cursed death domain and turned into a death domain as well. Bayu, how exactly was the cursed death domain formed? Why does the curse exist? That's unknown. Sugu shook his head. We only know that the cursed death domain was born because of the curse. Although the Void Spirit clan rely on their talent for traversing the myriad realms, giving them a deeper understanding of the void is too vast. The Void Spirit clan's understanding of the void is just the tip of the iceberg. Haha, it seems that this void has even more mysteries waiting for us to explore. Bayu laughed, taking out the demon refining pot, now filled with spiritual power, and storing it within his body. "Everything's ready. Let's go in." Next, I'll be watching your performance." Sugu became serious upon seeing that Bayu was ready to depart and clung tightly to Bayu's waist, not moving away even a single step. Bayu took a deep breath, then activated omniscient observation of the myriad realms, and his entire person directly entered the Chi Sea. The moment Bayu passed through the membrane and entered the Chi Sea, the Chi Sea's consciousness locked onto Bayu once more, and the spiritual power within the Chi Sea began to stir. However, Bayu was now there with his true body. His body had received the blessing of the primordial chaos's will and had also been strengthened by the great transformation of heaven technique. He didn't even need to activate his spiritual power now. He could resist the rejection of the Chi Sea's spiritual power with just his physical body. Ignoring the surrounding pressure from the spiritual power, Bayu headed straight towards the center of the Chi Sea. Seeing that the spiritual power attacks had no effect on Bayu, the Chi Sea's consciousness gave up on using spiritual power to suppress him and instead began to use a large number of the digested void cores. It melted them into black miasma, transforming it into a pitch-black beast that lunged at Bayu. The same trick, thinking it could work twice? You are far too naive. Seeing the black beast attacking him, a hint of mockery flashed in Bayu's eyes. He summoned the nameless, limitless sword and struck out with his blade. Slash! Powerful sword energy tore through the Chi Sea space, directly obliterating the black beast. In an instant, a large number of digested void cores and black miasma vanished into thin air. The enormous void spirit beast that roamed in the void once again let out a cry of agony. Obviously, the commotion that Bayu had caused in its Chi Sea was causing it extreme pain. Seeing that the beast that had almost pushed them to the brink of despair had been wiped out with a single strike by Bayu, Sugu couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "If I had known that your true body was this overwhelming, I should have had AI Shuang's talent transferred to you earlier. We wouldn't have had to go through so much hardship." Bayu laughed. "It's mainly that we underestimated the dangers of the Chi Sea. Before, my spiritual power would decrease with every use, and with no defenses for my consciousness, it was easy to get hurt. Our previous attempt to come in using spiritual power with our consciousness was too risky and reckless. As Baiyu spoke, he continued to delve deeper into the Qi Si while holding the nameless, limitless sword. During this time, the Qi Si's consciousness used countless means to hinder Baiyu's advance. It even used void cores to form walls, trapping Baiyu inside. However, with Baiyu's overwhelming strength, the Qi Si simply couldn't do anything to him. Baiyu moved through here as if it were his own backyard. The truth was that Baiyu's strength had already surpassed that of the void spirit beast itself. The Qi Si was only a place that provided power to the void spirit beast and could never compete with Baiyu. If it wasn't for the fact that Baiyu was concerned about the world inside the void spirit beast, he could have even used the nameless, limitless sword to slice the entire Qi Si in half. And just like that, under the pressure of absolute strength, Baiyu bulldozed his way through and arrived at the depths of the Qi Si, outside that colossal void core. Because the Qi Si had mobilized most of its power to deal with Baiyu, the black miasma and smaller void cores around the colossal void core had decreased significantly. Without the Qi Si's suppression, the colossal void core's speed of absorbing spiritual power had begun to accelerate. It was as if something was about to awaken. "We're back again." Sugu looked at the colossal void core, and his heart was inexplicably excited. Sugu had never heard of such a colossal void core before, and now he had the chance to go inside and investigate. "Sugu, are you ready?" Baiyu stood in front of the colossal void core, secretly activating omniscient observation of the myriad realms, and asked Sugu. I'm ready." Sugu nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, "Let's go." "All right." As Sugu finished speaking, Baiyu turned into a beam of light, like a meteor, and easily passed through the transparent membrane outside the colossal void core, entering its interior. Chapter 312, The White Dragon and Immortal Mountain. The moment Baiyu and Sugu entered the interior of the colossal void core, Baiyu felt that he was surrounded by a vast power. That vast power blocked all of Baiyu's senses, and it even gave Baiyu a feeling of suffocation. "Sugu, something is not right in here. Be careful." Baiyu warned Sugu, but he didn't receive any response from Sugu, making Baiyu's heart clench. "Sugu?" Baiyu touched his waist, confirming that Sugu's consciousness was still within the ghost mask, and he finally relaxed a bit. He then used his spiritual power to tie up Sugu, preventing him from separating from Baiyu. Although Baiyu didn't know why, he was unable to communicate with Sugu. However, Sugu hadn't seen this colossal void core before, and Sugu's previous experience was no longer useful. Baiyu wouldn't be greatly affected by the loss of Sugu's help. After confirming that Sugu was okay, Baiyu reorganized his feelings and swam towards the interior of the colossal void core. The energy inside the colossal void core was all in a liquid state. Adding on the fact that a special energy was suppressing Baiyu's spiritual power, Baiyu could only move purely by relying on the strength of his physical body. Luckily, there was no other resistance inside the void core, and Baiyu's physical strength was also very powerful, so Baiyu's speed of moving through the colossal void core was not too slow. Although the power in this void core is powerful, there's nothing amazing about it. Have I missed something? Baiyu moved forward while observing the situation inside the void core. He felt that the void core was different from what he had imagined, which left him quite disappointed. The energy inside this void core could be absorbed, but for Baiyu, this energy was only something that he could absorb. It couldn't bring a qualitative improvement to Baiyu. Just when Baiyu was greatly disappointed and believed that he had been happy for nothing, he vaguely saw a white dragon swimming in the depths of the void core. That is. Baiyu noticed that white dragon and blinked his eyes. He then looked toward the depths of the void core once more, but he couldn't find anything. Although that white dragon had flashed past in Baiyu's vision, Baiyu didn't think that he had seen things. This void core actually contains a white dragon. It seems that I've underestimated this colossal void core a little. There are still secrets waiting for me to uncover here. After discovering the white dragon, Baiyu perked up and quickened his pace, swimming towards the direction he had seen the white dragon. On the way into the depths of the void core, He saw the white dragon several more times, but each time, the white dragon flashed by, and the duration was extremely short. Baiyu didn't have enough time to observe the white dragon's appearance and could only roughly judge the direction the white dragon was leaving in. Just like that, Baiyu followed that white dragon and unknowingly swam to the very center of the void core. He discovered that at the center of the void core, there was an immortal mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, floating in the air. The white dragon that Baiyu had been following was now wrapped around the immortal mountain, staring at Baiyu with big eyes. There is a mountain inside the void core? Seeing the immortal mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, Baiyu's heart was full of shock. It was already within Baiyu's acceptable range for a dragon to exist in this void core. However, with the appearance of the mountain, it completely surpassed Baiyu's understanding. Baiyu didn't rashly approach the mountain. First, he tried to contact Sugu. After failing, he swam around the immortal mountain before swimming back out from the other side of the colossal void core and returning to the Qi Sea. Baiyu, are you okay? After returning to the Qi Sea, Sugu asked Baiyu with a shocked face. After entering that colossal void core, all of my senses were blocked and I couldn't contact you. I could only see you wandering aimlessly through the void core, as if you were chasing something. Hearing Sugu's words, Baiyu was startled. You didn't see the white dragon and the immortal mountain? What white dragon and immortal mountain? Wasn't there nothing inside that void core? Sugu asked in confusion. Hearing Sugu's words, Baiyu understood that he and Sugu saw different things. So he told Sugu everything that he had seen and heard in the interior of the void core. A white dragon and an immortal mountain? You were actually able to see such strange things inside that void core? Was it some kind of illusion? Sugu asked incredulously. It wasn't. Baiyu shook his head and said, I'm still able to tell the difference between an illusion and reality. That white dragon and that immortal mountain are both real. However, I don't know why only I can see the white dragon and the immortal mountain. Sugu, if the white dragon and the immortal mountain are real, then that means the colossal void core is deliberately blocking my senses and only letting you see those things. Perhaps that immortal mountain is hiding the secret of the colossal void core. Baiyu, I don't know anything about this colossal void core, so I can't offer you any good advice. All of the decisions going forward will have to be made by you. Don't worry, I chose to follow you this time, so whatever the results of your choices may be, I will not regret it. Sugu was clear that the white dragon and the immortal mountain might be a unique opportunity for Baiyu. But the greater possibility was that they were traps to kill Baiyu. Opportunities are often accompanied by great risks. Baiyu's current choices were very important. Baiyu laughed. I have already traversed the colossal void core. There's nothing else there besides the white dragon and the immortal mountain. We've gone through all of this difficulty and finally arrived here. If we give up before the finish line, wouldn't all of our previous efforts be in vain? Hearing Baiyu's answer, Sugu smiled knowingly and said, Since you've already decided, then there's no need to hesitate anymore. Go, leave the rest to fate. Baiyu nodded slightly and used omniscient observation of the myriad realms once more, passing through the transparent membrane and entering the void core. He then traveled towards the center of the void core, stopping in front of the immortal mountain that was surrounded by the white dragon. This is it. Baiyu looked at the immortal mountain in front of him, took a deep breath, and swam towards the immortal mountain. However, he felt a special power pulling him and leading him to the foot of the immortal mountain, at the base of the white dragon's tail. This is asking me to climb the mountain? Standing at the foot of the mountain, Baiyu finally discovered that the white dragon was wrapped around the immortal mountain, which formed a path for him to climb. If that's the case, then I'll give it a try. I'll climb the mountain on the dragon's back. Without hesitation, Baiyu directly stepped on the dragon's tail, heading towards the peak of the immortal mountain along the white dragon's enormous back. And not long after Baiyu began to climb, a large number of dragon people wearing white armor and holding weapons appeared on the dragon's back, blocking Baiyu's path. Is this a mountain climbing trial? Baiyu looked at the dragon people who were blocking his path on the dragon's back and smiled slightly. The nameless, limitless sword slowly condensed in his hand. Chapter 313. The Trial. On the dragon's back, The armored dragon people all assumed their positions, just like a well-disciplined army. Each of them emanated an extremely terrifying aura, putting considerable pressure on Baiyu. These dragon people are not only numerous, but their auras are also incredibly powerful. This is only the beginning of the trial. I don't know what else is hidden in this immortal mountain. It seems this trial won't be easy to pass. As Baiyu watched the dragon people in front of him take their battle stances, he also gripped the nameless, limitless sword. He stepped onto the huge dragon's back and charged towards the dragon people. Since he had already chosen to climb the immortal mountain, to Baiyu, no matter what difficulties were hidden ahead, he would move forward without hesitation. Kill! Seeing Baiyu attack, the white-armored dragon people all roared, "Kill!" and transformed into an iron torrent, charging toward Baiyu. Baiyu was like a ghost, diving into the middle of the crowd. Clang, 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 clang. On the dragon's back, blades and swords clashed. Numerous white-armored dragon people were killed by Baiyu with a single throat slash, turning into bubbles on the dragon's back. Baiyu became famous as the #1 god of war in the Three Realms. His sword techniques had long reached a divine level. Even though the spiritual power within this void core could suppress Baiyu's spiritual power, with Baiyu's superb sword techniques, these dragon people couldn't block his advance at all. And just like that, Baiyu fought his way through the myriad of soldiers, reaching 1/3 of the way up the immortal mountain, and stopped his advance. The last white-armored dragon person had turned into bubbles under Baiyu's sword. He lifted his gaze to see a dragon person wearing heavy armor, riding a warhorse, and wielding a halberd, blocking his way. The dragon person seemed to be one with the warhorse, and he radiated a terrifying aura that inspired fear. It seems I've encountered my first strong opponent. Baiyu sensed a dangerous aura from the dragon person in front of him. He tightened his grip on the nameless, limitless sword and assumed a defensive stance. Right now, Baiyu couldn't use his spiritual power, and he could only rely on his own martial skills. On top of that, his opponent was riding a warhorse, was wearing heavy armor, and was positioned above him. Baiyu was naturally at a disadvantage when facing his opponent. Not knowing his opponent's background, Baiyu could only give it his all. The dragon person calmly looked at Baiyu and said in a deep voice, "I am the first gatekeeper of Dragon God Mountain, Long Xing. Seeker, state your name." Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, Baiyu. Facing Long Xing's question, Baiyu stated the title he hadn't used in a long time. Although Baiyu had been the White Mister of the Seven Pillars for a long time, in Baiyu's heart, the identity he most identified with was still Immortal Venerable Luo Yun of the Three Realms. In this immortal mountain trial inside the Void Core, Baiyu had unknowingly found the carefree state he had once possessed in the Three Realms. "Baiyu, if you want to pass, you must first overcome my iron cavalry." After hearing Baiyu state his name, Long Xing gripped the halberd and charged at Baiyu on his steed. The blood-red warhorse transformed into a shadow on the dragon's back, appearing in front of Baiyu in an instant. It lifted its front legs, about to trample on Baiyu. Even his warhorse has such momentum. Seeing the warhorse charging toward him, a spark flashed in Baiyu's eyes. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead held his sword with both hands, blocking it in front of him. Clang! The warhorse's iron hoof struck Baiyu's nameless, limitless sword, immediately creating a piercing metallic collision. Baiyu only felt that an incomparably terrifying force was pressing down from the warhorse, actually bending the nameless, limitless sword. Good move. A blood-colored light flashed in the eyes of Long Xing on the warhorse. He raised the halberd in his hand and ruthlessly slashed down at Baiyu, not showing any mercy. Seeing the halberd coming towards him, Baiyu no longer held back and immediately unleashed his full strength. He shook off the warhorse that was stepping on his nameless, limitless sword. Then he struck his sword towards the warhorse's head. A flash of sword light passed by, and the head of the heavily armored warhorse, along with Long Xing's hand that held the halberd, flew out at the same time. Having been beheaded, Long Xing lost his balance on his warhorse. Baiyu didn't give Long Xing a chance to react. While Long Xing was losing his balance on the warhorse, he immediately teleported behind Long Xing and mercilessly struck his sword toward Long Xing's head. Chiss! Another sword light flashed. Long Xing's head flew off, and his huge body fell off the warhorse. Finally, like the other white-armored dragon people, he turned into bubbles on the dragon's back. Baiyu slowly landed on the ground. Watching Long Xing and his warhorse turn into bubbles, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ha! I didn't expect that Long Xing would be so strong." The hand that was holding his sword was still trembling slightly, and his tiger's mouth was also aching faintly. On the surface, it seemed that Baiyu had only used 2 strikes to defeat Long Xing. However, after fighting with Long Xing, Baiyu was clear that the warhorse's power alone was already not beneath his own, and Long Xing's power was even above the warhorse. If Baiyu hadn't used a trick and cut off Long Xing's warhorse, causing Long Xing to lose his balance, and instead chose to confront Long Xing's strength head-on, Baiyu might not have been able to defeat Long Xing as easily as he had just done. It seems this really is a trial, and the first gatekeeper was already this strong. The ones behind will definitely be more troublesome. I must definitely not be careless from now on. Baiyu stood in place for a moment, rested slightly, and after recovering his vitality, he continued climbing toward the top of the Immortal Mountain. Not long after Baiyu started moving forward, a large number of dragon people appeared on the dragon's back once more. However, this time the dragon people weren't wearing armor. Instead, each one of them was dressed like martial artists, with a variety of weapons. However, each of these dragon people was extremely skilled in martial arts. A number of them could withstand 3 strikes against Baiyu head-on. The stronger ones could even withstand about 10 strikes. Baiyu could no longer push through as easily as he had during the first 1/3 of the journey. His climbing speed had slowed down quite a bit. The dragon people of this second stage are obviously much stronger than those armored dragon people of the first stage. The first stage's gatekeeper was a general. If each gatekeeper has the same characteristics as the dragon people on their respective stage, then the second stage's gatekeeper is likely to be a dragon person whose martial arts are not below my own. Baiyu thought to himself while sparring with the dragon people, improving his martial arts along the way. With Baiyu's martial arts skills, whether it was in the former 3 realms or in the primordial chaos, there were very few people he could spar with, so Baiyu rarely had the chance to spar with others. And now, although these dragon people were causing Baiyu quite a bit of trouble, they also gave Baiyu plenty of opportunities to spar. Through numerous battles, Baiyu also gradually found some flaws in his own moves, and he perfected the way he attacked. This trial can also temper myself. I was too impatient during the first phase of the trial. I just killed my way through, and I didn't gain anything from that. This sparring session during the second phase has been of great benefit to me. Baiyu improved his martial arts skills through the process of sparring with the dragon people, and his mood became more cheerful. On this dragon's back, Baiyu had found the joy he had when he first compared his swords with Luo Ho. Back then, when he was still a demon god, the thing he did most often in the chaos was to compare swords with Luo Ho. And after he changed from a demon god into a human, he rarely had such opportunities. This place seems to be even better than I imagined. Chapter 314, Dragon Wanderer. On the dragon's back, while fighting the dragon people, Baiyu gradually shed his agitation. He stopped being in a rush to reach the top of the Immortal Mountain. Instead, he carefully observed the way those dragon people attacked and sparred with the dragon people. Although Baiyu's martial arts skills were far above those of the dragon people, and his combat experience was incomparably rich, the dragon people's attacks would often include moves that would surprise Baiyu. As more and more dragon people fought Baiyu's improvement gradually slowed down. He slowly felt that his martial arts had reached a bottleneck. No matter how tricky the dragon people's attacks were, Baiyu could see through them at a glance. And the dragon people who could previously withstand 10 strikes from Baiyu were now being defeated with a single strike. Logically speaking, Baiyu's martial arts skills had reached a peak and could no longer be improved. However, for some reason, Baiyu vaguely felt a sense of obstruction, and he always felt as if he was missing something to break through. Sparring with these dragon people can no longer further improve my martial arts. It seems I have to continue the trial. Since he couldn't further improve himself, Baiyu also began to quicken his pace. He wielded his sword like a ghost, passing through a large number of dragon people and arriving at 2/3 of the way up the Immortal Mountain. There, there was a dragon person wearing a conical hat and a raincoat, with his hands clasped around a sword. In terms of cultivation, Baiyu didn't feel too much of a threat from the dragon person. The dragon person's cultivation was, at most, only slightly stronger than curse. If this dragon person were outside the void core, Baiyu could kill him with a single move. However, inside this void core, Baiyu's spiritual power was suppressed by the void core's energy. Right now, he could only rely on pure physical strength. Without being able to use any spiritual power, Baiyu felt a huge threat from the dragon person. At this moment, the dragon person stood there as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. He was one with the world, and Baiyu couldn't see any flaws on the dragon person. This is a peerless expert whose martial arts have reached their peak. Baiyu looked at the dragon person in front of him and came to this conclusion in his heart. He then held his sword and assumed a stance, saying, "Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, Baiyu challenges you to a battle. Second gatekeeper, Long Yu. Please draw your sword, sir." Long Yu responded faintly. He was still holding his sword, but the flowing void core spiritual power surrounding him had stopped moving, as if a martial Dao domain had expanded from Long Yu's body, enveloping Baiyu. Good grief. Standing in Long Yu's domain, Baiyu felt as if he had thorns in his back, as if all of his flaws, which he had tried so hard to hide, had been seen through by his opponent. Realizing that Long Yu's martial arts attainment was likely above his own, Baiyu's eyes not only didn't show any fear, they instead showed boundless excitement. He saw something that he had always been lacking in Long Yu. And Long Yu's current martial Dao realm was the realm he needed to break through. To form a domain just by relying on potential without using any spiritual power. If this kind of martial Dao is assisted by powerful spiritual power, its power would be unimaginable. A flash of light flickered in Baiyu's eyes. He stopped confronting Long Yu and charged towards him with his sword. A sword light streaked across the dragon's back. Baiyu was like lightning, holding the nameless, limitless sword and thrusting it straight at Long Yu's brow. If this sword were to strike, it would be a fatal blow. Seeing Baiyu attack, Long Yu's expression was still indifferent. He flicked the sword hilt with his thumb, and the treasured sword unsheathed. Clang! The nameless, limitless sword collided with the unsheathed treasured sword, creating dazzling sparks. It was as if two giant dragons, one black and one white, rushed out from behind Baiyu and Long Yu, battling in midair. Long Yu held his sword, blocking Baiyu's nameless, limitless sword and said, "Not bad, but you're still a little lacking. You need more polishing." After Long Yu finished speaking, he instantly withdrew his strength, and his whole body suddenly disappeared. Baiyu's strike missed, and his body lost its balance. Baiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Knowing that Long Yu had seized his opportunity, he hurriedly withdrew his sword and defended. And at this moment, the vanished Long Yu had already teleported behind him. Draw sword, slash. Long Yu put his sword back at his waist, bent his knees slightly, and drew his sword at lightning speed, slashing at Baiyu's waist. A sword light flashed. Baiyu glimpsed Long Yu's sword coming at him. He knew that he couldn't dodge in time. Even if he barely used his sword to block Long Yu's sword strike, he wouldn't be able to block it effectively in his haste, and it would instead cause Long Yu to cut him in two with a single slash. In an instant, countless ways and results of fighting against Long Yu flashed through Baiyu's mind. Then, he chose a method that had the highest chance of success and was the most reckless. Baiyu didn't dodge, and he didn't put the nameless, limitless sword in front of his waist. He didn't even care that his body had lost its balance because of fatigue. Instead, he held his sword in reverse and thrust it into his own abdomen. Chiss! The nameless, limitless sword pierced through Baiyu's abdomen, while Long Yu, because of his sword-drawing posture, was directly pierced in the throat by the nameless, limitless sword. Long Yu's long sword stopped at Baiyu's waist, only cutting in a few centimeters. Scarlet blood flowed from Baiyu's body, and Baiyu endured the severe pain, pressing on the hilt of the nameless, limitless sword with both hands and sending it backward once more. Chiss! The blade of the nameless, limitless sword pierced out from the back of Long Yu's neck. In the next moment, Long Yu turned into bubbles and dissipated on the dragon's back.
Ugh.
Bai Yu knelt on one knee, painfully pulling the nameless, limitless sword out from his abdomen. The hideous wounds on his abdomen and waist caused Bai Yu to bleed continuously, dyeing the surrounding spiritual power red. That guy! His martial Dao realm was indeed above mine. If I wasn't relying on my strong blood and qi, and my ability to not die easily, the best result I could have hoped for would have been mutual destruction. Bai Yu looked at his sliced open waist. If he had been any slower, his spine would have probably been severed. Bai Yu took a deep breath and activated the Great Transformation of Heaven technique to heal the wounds on his abdomen and waist. With the help of the Great Transformation of Heaven technique, the wounds on Bai Yu's body healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and finally his body became completely intact. However, after healing his injuries, Bai Yu didn't move forward immediately. Instead, he took out the demon refining pot and took a sip, replenishing his depleted spiritual power. Then, he sat cross-legged and continued to reenact his battle with Long Yu in his mind. Although Bai Yu and Long Yu had only exchanged a few moves, the potential that Long Yu had displayed allowed Bai Yu to find what he had always been missing. It was a state of selflessness, a breakthrough of the self, a merging with the world, where it was as if he himself was the world and the world was himself. Bai Yu wanted to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't yet lost that mysterious feeling to break through the bottleneck of his martial Dao. As Bai Yu continued to battle Long Yu in his mind, his entire person merged with the surrounding environment. A strange potential also began to emanate from his entire body. The surrounding flowing spiritual power stopped, and the white dragon that was wrapped around the Immortal mountain turned its head and looked at Bai Yu on its back. And Bai Yu's martial Dao domain slowly expanded at this moment. Chapter 315. The Dragon and the Maiden. On the dragon's back, Bai Yu sat in meditation for a long time, then suddenly opened his eyes and began to dance with his sword. Bai Yu's every move was exactly the same as before, but the difference was that Bai Yu's current movements were incomparably natural, without even a trace of intentional effort belonging to a human subjectivity. Bai Yu's current sword moves were like 1 + 1 = 2. They were a fundamental truth of the universe, a natural part of the great Tao, without any flaws. Bai Yu's every move, though without using any spiritual power, seemed to have the power to tear through space. After Bai Yu finished performing a complete set of sword moves, he stopped, exhaled a breath of stale air, and muttered to himself, "Now, I have found my own sword potential. Even without using spiritual power, I have the ability to tear through space. If I fought with all my might, the power would be unimaginable." Bai Yu was satisfied as he contained his aura. He then gripped his sword once more and continued to advance on the dragon's back. And as Bai Yu crossed the area guarded by Long Yu, the void core's power that suppressed Bai Yu disappeared in an instant. Bai Yu no longer felt any suppression, and he could even use his spiritual power. Sugu regained his senses at this moment, and he saw the Immortal mountain and the white dragon, exclaiming in surprise, "So there really is a mountain inside this void core. This is incredible." Sugu then said to Bai Yu, "This void core is truly bizarre. Not only can it block all of our senses and power, it also has an immortal mountain and a white dragon. Everything here is beyond my imagination. Thankfully, Bai Yu, your strength has returned. I was worried earlier. If you couldn't use your spiritual power and couldn't unleash your full strength, you might be in danger. But now that you can use your full strength, nothing should be able to stop you in the remaining trials." However, Bai Yu shook his head slightly and said, "No, I'm afraid the truth is the exact opposite of what you said. The real challenge I have to face is what is coming next." Sugu was puzzled. "Why?" Bai Yu said, "The first gate tested my pure strength, my body's blood and qi. The second gate tested my martial Dao, or rather, my combat techniques. Although I was restricted in the first two gates, the gatekeeping dragon people also had the same restrictions as me. If we don't consider overall battle power and cultivation, and only consider strength, I am inferior to Long Xing of the first gate. And if we only consider martial Dao, I am inferior to Long Yu of the second gate. But now, this mountain has removed all restrictions on me. Not only can I use all of my methods, I can even replenish my spiritual power directly from the surroundings. Do you know what that means? Sugu's heart immediately skipped a beat. This means what? Bayu said, this means that the third trial is testing my overall battle power. My opponent is confident enough that they can suppress me even if I use all my power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have removed all of the restrictions on me and allowed me to unleash my full power. That's impossible. Sugu was a little skeptical about Bayu's words. With your current strength, even that void spirit beast outside isn't your match. What we're facing now is just a void core that was swallowed by the void spirit beast. Even if this void core is incredibly large, there shouldn't be someone stronger than you inside this void core, right? Bayu said, no matter what, it's always right to be careful in facing this trial. Sugu, you take care of yourself later. I might not be able to protect you. Although Sugu thought that Bayu was overthinking things, he had put a lot into getting to this colossal void core, and he didn't want to drag Bayu down at this crucial moment. He immediately shrank back into Bayu's small world from the ghost mask, saying, you go ahead. I'll hide in your small world. It's very safe there. Seeing that Sugu had entered his small world, Bayu gave Sugu permission to view the outside world from the small world. Then, he continued to advance on the dragon's back. On the last leg of the journey on the dragon's back, Bayu didn't encounter any dragon soldier rabble. Also, because Bayu had regained his full strength, his speed had increased several times over. On the enormous dragon's back, only a flash of light could be seen. Bayu easily completed the last leg of the journey and arrived at the top of the Immortal Mountain. At the top of the Immortal Mountain, there was a huge dojo. The white dragon's head was lying on the edge of the dojo. Its huge eyes were staring at Bayu, giving Bayu an inexplicable pressure. And in the center of the dojo, there was a barefoot, white-robed maiden sitting cross-legged in the void. She was surrounded by pure, immortal energy, and her entire person radiated a mysterious and profound aura. Bayu walked into the dojo, his gaze instantly drawn to the maiden sitting in the air. 367 quadrillion, 200 trillion years. You're the first person to come here. The maiden suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Bayu. 300 quintillion years. Hearing the maiden's words, Bayu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, you've really lived long enough. Even though Bayu was a demon god who was born from the beginning of the three realms and had lived for a long time, the number that the maiden had just said was still astronomical to Bayu. After so long, aren't you going to go crazy from staying here alone? After gathering his emotions, Bayu asked the maiden. The maiden said, most of the time, I'm asleep. When I'm awake, I have the dragon to accompany me. I don't feel bored. Bayu glanced at the huge dragon outside of the dojo and said, why have you been staying here? With your strength, it shouldn't be hard for you to go out, right? I can't go out, the maiden said faintly. I'm a primordial immortal spirit born in the void. I can't survive in the outside world. The void core provides the nourishment for my survival. If I leave this place, I will die. Then what is the purpose of your trials? Bayu asked again. The maiden replied, if someone can pass my trial and have me recognize them as my master, I will be able to obtain the energy for survival from my master, and I'll be able to leave this place. Bayu kept the maiden's words in mind and said, then what about that void spirit beast outside? It seems to have been trying to devour you. Are you just letting it devour you? It's no threat to me, and the void core is inside its chi si, which can help me block a lot of unnecessary troubles. Only someone who is truly capable can reach this place. Like you, immortal venerable Luo Yun, Bayu. Thank you for your praise. Bayu smiled at the maiden. While they were talking, he carefully observed the maiden and the white dragon. After finding that he couldn't see through either of them, he finally asked, so, what are the contents of this final trial? The maiden said, either defeat me and take me out, or die in my hands and stay here forever. Chapter 316. The Preparation Phase. Either defeat you, or die here. Hearing the maiden's words, Bayu's expression became serious. Although the maiden's aura was suppressed to the extreme, Bayu still sensed extreme danger from her. This danger wasn't the kind of danger that he sensed from one of his individual abilities, but the danger that he felt even after calculating his own full strength. This maiden's strength was either on par with Baiyu or above him. Considering the time that the maiden had lived, Baiyu was more inclined to the latter. The maiden looked at Baiyu calmly and said, "If you're ready, you can tell me. We can start the trial at any time." Hearing these words, Baiyu couldn't help but ask, "How much time do I have to prepare?" "It's up to you. I've been waiting here for a long time. I don't mind waiting even longer. You can adjust your state to be at its best. Of course, the prerequisite is that you cannot leave here. Otherwise, I will see you as having given up on the trial and then obliterate you." "Understood." Baiyu nodded slightly. He didn't stand on ceremony and sat down cross-legged, beginning to adjust his state. And the maiden really didn't disturb Baiyu. She flew and sat on the white dragon's head and curiously sized up Baiyu. Baiyu was the first human she had ever seen since her birth. When she was still roaming in the void, there were other living beings that had passed through the outer membrane of the void core, arrived at the depths of the void core, and accepted the white dragon's trial. However, those living beings had bizarre appearances, and they weren't composed of flesh and blood. They were all spiritual bodies, and some were simply consciousnesses without any bodies. Baiyu, who had a human form like her, was the first trial taker she had seen, and she was naturally very curious. Sugu, who was in Baiyu's small world, saw the maiden and couldn't help but ask Baiyu through mental transmission, "Baiyu, that guy seems like a tough character. Are you confident that you can deal with her?" "No," Baiyu replied truthfully. "No?" Sugu immediately became anxious. "Then what do we do now?" "What else can we do? Fighting head-on still counts as a trial. If I win, I'll at least get a reward. But if I try to run, I still won't be able to avoid fighting her. The result would be the same if I lose, but I wouldn't get anything if I win. So, I can't run either. I can only choose to fight." Although that's true, the energy contained within that person's body is simply terrifying. "Fighting her will be a close call," Sugu frowned and said. He was pessimistic about this trial. Baiyu comforted him. "Although I'm not confident that I can defeat her, that doesn't mean I can't win against her. Just watch in peace. My road is still very long, and I won't fall here." Hearing Baiyu's words, Sugu inexplicably felt reassured, and he said, "All right, I believe you can defeat her." After cheering Baiyu on, Sugu stopped speaking and waited quietly in the small world. After adjusting his aura to its optimal state, Baiyu didn't immediately challenge the maiden. Instead, he began to practice his sword in the dojo. During his fight with Longyu, he had realized a new martial Dao, and he hadn't yet fully adapted to this new realm. Since the maiden didn't give him a time limit, he naturally wanted to improve as much as he could. This matter was very important, and he couldn't allow for even the slightest carelessness. And the maiden didn't show even a hint of impatience. Instead, she watched with great interest, occasionally saying a few words and pointing out Baiyu's shortcomings. After all, the gatekeepers on the dragon's back were all formed from the maiden's power. So Longyu's martial Dao realm was also naturally inherited from the maiden. The maiden's martial Dao attainment was only higher than Longyu's, not weaker, and Baiyu didn't have any pretense. Since the maiden had pointed out his shortcomings, he humbly corrected them while improving his cultivation and increasing his strength. And just like that, after a long time, Baiyu absorbed a lot of experience from the maiden and had improved his martial Dao realm to an astonishingly high level. The maiden sat on the dragon's head. Seeing that Baiyu had sheathed his sword, she said, "You've learned almost all of my martial Dao. Are you ready now?" Baiyu looked at the maiden and said, "I'm afraid I still need some time." The maiden smiled. "It doesn't matter. I have a lot of time. You can take as much time as you need and use your best condition to undergo the trial. I've been here for too long, and I also hope that you can defeat me. I'll do my best." After saying that, Baiyu erected a barrier around the outer edge of the Immortal Mountain and then simulated the laws of time, accelerating the time within the barrier. Changing the flow of time? Seeing that Baiyu had set up a barrier, a hint of confusion flashed in the maiden's eyes, and she asked Baiyu, "What's the point of you doing that?" The maiden had lived for too long, and time didn't mean anything to her. But Baiyu was now using a lot of energy to change the time flow inside and outside the barrier. In her eyes, It was an incomprehensible action. Baiyu said, I will likely need a lot of time next, and outside, there is someone waiting for me. I don't want to make her wait too long. Curse was still outside. Baiyu had already promised her that he would take her away from this world and go to the cursed death domain to lift her curse. And his coming to this place was completely an accident. If he stayed here for too long, it was likely that Curse would misunderstand him again. Curse had already suffered enough. Baiyu didn't want her to experience the pain of betrayal again. The maiden didn't understand Baiyu's words, but she didn't pursue the matter and said, Since you think there's a need for you to do that, then do it. I'll always be waiting for you. Baiyu nodded. After stabilizing the barrier around him, he sat down cross-legged again and began to circulate the great transformation of heaven technique. Large amounts of black miasma dissipated from Baiyu's body and swirled around him. Sugu, who had been waiting quietly in Baiyu's small world, saw that Baiyu had suddenly started to circulate the great transformation of heaven technique. His pupils shrank violently, and he exclaimed in shock, Baiyu, why are you cultivating that demonic technique again? Are you not afraid of being possessed by the demonic technique? Baiyu replied, I realized while practicing the sword just now that the gap between me and her is huge. Her strength is perhaps capable of contending with the seer. With my current strength, there's no way that I'm her opponent. I have to take a gamble. Then aren't you afraid of being possessed by the demonic technique? Curse isn't here. If you become possessed by the demonic technique by yourself, I absolutely won't be able to bring you out. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll only circulate it for one cycle at a time, and then rest for a month, and then repeat one cycle again. With that rhythm, I shouldn't be possessed. Baiyu replied, and then calmed down and circulated the great transformation of heaven technique. And after seeing the black miasma swirling around Baiyu, a hint of surprise flashed in the maiden's eyes, and she whispered, Great transformation of heaven technique? He actually practices this divine technique? Chapter 317. Cracking the demonic art? Baiyu didn't hear the maiden's soft murmur. Baiyu already knew that the demonic art he cultivated was extremely evil and that he would die if he was not careful. Therefore, he was extremely cautious when practicing. After completing one cycle, he didn't indulge in the pleasure of his increased strength, but instead used all of his effort to clear the black miasma left behind by the demonic art in his meridians. Just like that, after each cycle, Baiyu spent a month to clear the hidden dangers in his body. In this way, though his strength did not increase as quickly as it would have by directly practicing the great transformation of heaven technique, he was safe and stable. His strength steadily increased. As the seasons changed, Baiyu had cultivated the great transformation of heaven technique for several years in the dojo, and his overall strength had doubled. Sugu had become numb to it in Baiyu's small world. He really couldn't understand why a demonic art as unreasonable as the great transformation of heaven technique could exist in the world. Although there were great dangers in Baiyu practicing the great transformation of heaven technique, the benefits were also exceptionally high. Every time Baiyu practiced the demonic art for one cycle, his battle prowess would increase, without any bottlenecks. If it continued like this, Sugu felt that Baiyu would be able to crush everything by practicing this demonic art. However, the reality was obviously not as rosy as Sugu had imagined. Even though Baiyu carefully cleared the black miasma left in his meridians each time he practiced the great transformation of heaven technique for one cycle, there would always be a tiny bit of black miasma that remained in Baiyu's meridians, unnoticed by Baiyu. After years of accumulation, those remaining black miasma had quietly evolved the demonic art's consciousness, once again causing Baiyu to unknowingly immerse himself in the pleasure of increasing his strength. When Sugu saw that Baiyu had completed another cycle of the great transformation of heaven technique and had completed the improvement of his blood and chi, he thought that Baiyu would stop as usual and start clearing the black miasma remaining in his meridians. But this time, Baiyu seemed to have forgotten to do this and directly started to circulate the second cycle. Baiyu, seeing that Baiyu had directly started circulating the second cycle of the great transformation of heaven technique, Sugu immediately realized that Baiyu had fallen into demonic possession once more. His pupils shrank violently, and he quickly yelled at Baiyu, "Baiyu, wake up!" But at this moment, Baiyu had already been blinded by the demonic art's consciousness. He was completely unaware of what was happening, and he continued to circulate the demonic art. A large amount of black miasma dissipated from Baiyu's body, condensing into a black lotus around Baiyu. Seeing this, Sugu couldn't care about anything else. He immediately left Baiyu's small world, wanting to pull Baiyu out of his demonic possession before Baiyu made any big mistakes. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Baiyu had relied on the demonic art to increase his strength. Eventually, he would have to pay the corresponding price. And now, it was time to pay the price. Sugu flew out of his small world and charged towards Baiyu. But the demonic art's consciousness didn't give Sugu a chance. Before Sugu could approach Baiyu, a large amount of black miasma wrapped around Sugu and controlled him. Although Sugu's was now a complete consciousness and his strength was different than before, as Baiyu got stronger, the demonic art's consciousness would also become stronger. At this moment, Sugu seemed completely vulnerable in front of the demonic art's consciousness. A face that looked exactly like Baiyu's appeared on the Black Lotus, revealing an extremely evil smile. It had found an opportunity again. The maiden, who had been watching everything while sitting on the dragon's head, also frowned slightly at this moment and said, "Does he not know the cultivation method for this divine art? To act so recklessly has actually nurtured such a terrifying consciousness of the technique. He's demonically possessed," the maiden muttered to herself, her heart filled with disappointment. After seeing that Baiyu possessed the great transformation of heaven technique, she thought she had finally found the person who could defeat her and take her away. But now, with Baiyu demonically possessed, the maiden's hopes had been dashed. The white dragon that was coiled around the Immortal mountain also began to growl at this moment, its dragon eyes filled with killing intent, preparing to obliterate the demonically possessed Baiyu. However, just as the white dragon was about to take action, the maiden suddenly noticed that the demonic miasma that was flowing in Baiyu's meridians was slightly obstructed. Her heart moved, and she quickly stopped the white dragon. "Wait, the situation seems to be different from what we thought." The maiden patted the white dragon's head, and the white dragon calmed down, once again quietly watching Baiyu, who was engulfed in the Black Lotus. At this moment, Sugu was struggling in the Black Lotus, and the demonic art's consciousness had completely blocked Baiyu's senses. It sped up the circulation of the demonic art, both frantically increasing Baiyu's strength and seizing Baiyu's body. Once the demonic art's consciousness successfully possessed him, a terrifying demon would descend upon the world. Baiyu's aura was increasing madly. The demonic art's consciousness was gradually taking over Baiyu's body. The Black Lotus was also growing larger and larger, engulfing the maiden and the white dragon, breaking through Baiyu's barrier and spreading towards the outside of the void core. In the huge Black Lotus, the maiden's palm was slightly outstretched, and a pure white snow lotus appeared. It radiated a gentle light, covering the maiden and the white dragon, protecting them from being corroded by the Black Lotus. The white dragon, who was being protected by the white lotus, now had eyes that were filled with deep worry. It had always wanted to take action and obliterate Baiyu before things became irreversible. But now that the maiden had shown no intentions of taking action, it could only watch. Baiyu. In the Black Lotus, Sugu had lost the ability to move. He was watching Baiyu being devoured by the demonic art's consciousness, while his own consciousness was also gradually becoming blurry. "You liar. You clearly made so many promises, and you said you would never stop here. I bet my life and fortune on you, but in the end..." Infinite despair appeared in Sugu's eyes. However, just when Sugu thought that everything was over and that all was lost, Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes, and the demonic miasma covering his body rapidly dissipated. He had regained control of his body. "Baiyu?" Sugu looked at Baiyu with his eyes wide open. He was in disbelief, and he couldn't understand how Baiyu had done it. Baiyu had been blocked by the demonic art's consciousness, and he should still think he was still in the state of running the first cycle and be completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. But now, Baiyu had actually woken up on his own. Not only Sugu, but the demonic art's consciousness on the Black Lotus also looked at Baiyu in disbelief. Then, its face twisted. and it controlled the surrounding black miasma and poured it into Baiyu, trying to forcefully seize Baiyu's body. However, the strength of the demonic art's consciousness lay in its ability to block a cultivator's senses, allowing it to seize the cultivator's body without the cultivator being aware of it. But at this moment, Baiyu had already awakened. The demonic art's consciousness was simply vulnerable in front of Baiyu. It's over. Baiyu smiled slightly at the demonic art's consciousness, which had a ferocious expression on its face. From now on, you'll never think about possessing me again. You are just a tool for me to reach the peak. Chapter 318. The Seer's Name. Hearing Baiyu's words, the demonic art's consciousness contorted its face and roared, "You are mine." Baiyu looked at the demonic art's consciousness with its distorted face and laughed softly. "Your strength lies in your ability to easily blind my consciousness, making me unaware of the changes in my body, and then seizing my body silently. This ability of yours, it's tricky, but if I were to think of a way to crack it, you'd be no threat to me at all." With that said, Baiyu stopped circulating the Great Transformation of Heaven technique, and the black lotus surrounding them completely disappeared. Large amounts of black miasma entered Baiyu's body and disappeared. And at this moment, Baiyu's aura was much stronger than it was before he circulated the Great Transformation of Heaven technique. Baiyu. Su-gu stared blankly at Baiyu, who had gotten rid of the demonic art's consciousness by himself. His mind was blank, and he couldn't imagine how Baiyu had done it. If Baiyu could actually ignore the demonic art's possession by himself, then wouldn't that mean that Baiyu would become infinitely stronger in the future? Baiyu's demonic art could probably be called a causality-based divine technique. The maiden, who was sitting on the dragon's head, was also curiously looking at Baiyu at this moment and asked, "May I ask how you got rid of the divine technique's consciousness that was derived from the Great Transformation of Heaven technique?" Logically speaking, those who fall into demonic possession from practicing this technique are completely hopeless. You are the first person I've seen who was able to regain consciousness after falling into demonic possession. Baiyu laughed. "It's very simple. I planted a restriction in my own body. Every once in a while, the restriction would attack my body and soul, causing me extreme pain. Unless I can cancel the restriction before it takes effect, the restriction would definitely activate. With the help of that restriction, if I become demonically possessed while cultivating the demonic art, the pain caused by that restriction would make me realize that something has changed in my body, and I would naturally wake up." Hearing Baiyu's words, the maiden also opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "There's actually such a way to crack it. I'm impressed." Baiyu asked, "Judging by the tone of your voice, are you very familiar with the Great Transformation of Heaven technique?" The maiden said, "I can't say that I'm familiar. I just know that the technique you cultivate, like me, is a primordial spirit that was born in the void. The Great Transformation of Heaven technique is a technique that possesses causality. As long as the cultivator practices it, they will become stronger, ignoring any realms or cultivation bases. There are also no limits to how strong they can become. However, because the Great Transformation of Heaven technique possesses its own consciousness, cultivators will be devoured by the Great Transformation of Heaven technique's consciousness once they reach a certain level of cultivation, eventually leading to destruction. So, no one has ever truly been able to control this divine technique. That's why the Great Transformation of Heaven technique has been lost to time. But later, a genius young man obtained the Great Transformation of Heaven technique by chance and improved the divine technique. According to that genius young man's cultivation method, although he lost the ability to increase his cultivation without limits, he also eliminated the danger of being devoured by the Great Transformation of Heaven technique. In the end, he obtained a pseudo-causality divine technique. Baiyu asked, "Who was that genius young man?" "You possess the Great Transformation of Heaven technique, but you don't know who that person was?" The maiden was taken aback. Then she realized, "That's right. You don't know the method to cultivate the Great Transformation of Heaven technique. He wasn't the one who taught it to you, so it's normal that you don't know about him." That genius's name was Tianli. He later founded the Skywalker organization, and he became the well-known seer in the void. But I've been here for too long. I'm not sure what his current situation is. The seer? After hearing the maiden's words, Bai and Sugu's expressions changed. They really didn't expect to hear the seer's name from the maiden. Moreover, judging by the maiden's tone, the seer seemed to be her junior. How powerful was the maiden then? Seeing Bai's reaction, the maiden said, "It seems that you know Tianli. Let me think. It must be that Tianli took a fancy to your body and wanted to possess it. So he remotely taught you the great transformation of heaven technique. But for some reason, his possession failed, and you gained this technique for nothing, right?" Bai said, "It seems that the seer has a habit of possessing others?" The maiden nodded. The Skywalkers were founded on Tianli's methods. But Tianli can't be blamed for that. The void is extremely dangerous, and there are countless powerful beings. The slightest mistake could result in certain death. If Tianli hadn't been ruthless, he would have long been reduced to ashes shortly after obtaining the great transformation of heaven technique. Bai, judging by your tone, are you very familiar with the seer? Bai and the seer were already sworn enemies. If the maiden was on the seer's side, then what Bai needed to consider now was not the trial, but rather how to kill the maiden and ensure his own safety. The maiden shook her head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. I can even say that Tianli and I don't know each other. But I obtain the memories of the trial takers who die in the trial. I've heard many stories from those people's memories, and Tianli was just one of the main characters in one of those legendary stories." Hearing the maiden say this, Bai felt relieved. Then, with a thought in mind, he asked the maiden again, "Then in your stories, have you ever heard of brain and good and evil?" Brain and good and evil? The maiden was taken aback. She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have not heard of them. Are they strong?" Bai said, "The brain's monitors are the sworn enemies of the Skywalkers. The two great forces often fight in the void, and I can't see through good and evil. Their strength is far above the seer." How strange! The maiden's eyes lit up. "It seems I've been in here for too long. I've actually missed so many wonderful stories." "Bai, are you ready? I want to start the trial." Seeing that the maiden was getting excited and was emitting a powerful aura, Bai quickly asked, "Before we start the trial, I want to ask you one more question." The maiden laughed. "Ask away. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the trial, I'll answer you." Bai immediately asked, "Between you and the seer, who is stronger?" I haven't personally fought him, but he had a rival who was equal to him in strength come here to take the trial. In the end, he failed the trial. Logically speaking, I should have been stronger than Tianli at that time. But after so long, Tianli now also possesses the great transformation of heaven technique. It's hard to say who is stronger between me and him now." "I see." Hearing what the maiden had said, Bai had a rough idea of the maiden's strength. He realized that this was going to be an unprecedentedly powerful opponent. "I have one last question." Bai took a deep breath, looked at the maiden, and asked, "What is your name?" "Long Yao." Chapter 319. Borrowing the Power of the Future Again. Long Yao. I'll remember that name. Bai nodded slightly, nudged Sugu out of the arena, and summoned the boundless sword of non-thought. Looking at Long Yao, he said, "I'm ready. Let's begin." "All right." Long Yao giggled, leaping off the dragon's head like a light swan, landing gracefully on the ground. "Bai, although I really like you as a person, a trial is a trial. I won't go easy on you. If you lose, you could really die. So you also need to fight with the determination to use any means necessary to kill me, understand?" Bai responded softly, summoning all his divine weapons. The Hichu Luo Shu, the demon refining pot, the heaven measuring ruler, the karma fire lotus, the eastern emperor bell, the chaos body refining furnace, the chaos armor, all manifested behind him. Long Yao was the most powerful opponent Bai had ever faced in direct combat. The pressure she exerted on him was even stronger than the pressure he felt when the overseers had invaded the three realms. Faced with such an enemy, Bai didn't hold any illusions. He prepared to stake everything he had, going all out. Long Yao gazed at the divine weapons surrounding Bai, smiling enchantingly. "They're all quite nice treasures, but some of them aren't suitable for this battle. You should put them away." It would be a shame if they got damaged. With that, Long Yao gently blew a puff of air toward Bai Yu. The demon refining pot, the karma fire lotus, the Eastern Emperor bell, the chaos body refining furnace, and the chaos armor were all blown out of the arena, immediately suppressed by a powerful force field, rendering them unable to move. In an instant, only the boundless sword of non-thought, the Hichu Luo Shu, and the heaven-measuring ruler remained around Bai Yu. Long Yao chuckled. Your 3 divine weapons all have the potential to become causal, immortal artifacts. The book even shows signs of causal power already. It seems you're not entirely without a chance in this trial. Bai Yu glanced at the divine weapons suppressed outside the arena, decisively severed his connection with them, and focused all his attention on Long Yao. He wielded the heaven-measuring ruler and smashed it toward her. The heaven-measuring ruler suddenly enlarged, its dark body descending from the sky, its power seemingly capable of shattering the very space itself. Long Yao watched the heaven-measuring ruler fall without dodging. With a flick of her slender hand, a white barrier materialized around her. Bang! The heaven-measuring ruler slammed down, causing ripples to spread across Long Yao's barrier, the powerful impact radiating outwards and creating massive waves of spiritual energy within the void core. However, the ruler's strike failed to even scratch the barrier. Seeing this, Bai Yu immediately gripped the boundless sword of non-thought, his entire body transforming into a streak of sword light in the arena, piercing toward Long Yao. The arena was cleaved open by sword energy. Bai Yu, like a bolt of lightning, arrived at the perimeter of the barrier, but instead of directly striking it with the boundless sword of non-thought, he immediately released the sword and pressed his hand against the barrier. Omnidimensional insight. Bai Yu shouted softly. He passed through Long Yao's barrier without any resistance, simultaneously controlling his sword to pierce toward her forehead. Long Yao's eyes flickered slightly when she saw that Bai Yu could ignore her defensive barrier, as if she was greatly surprised. Without thinking much, Long Yao immediately retreated, trying to evade Bai Yu's sword. However, Bai Yu had already anticipated Long Yao's movement. Before she could retreat, he manipulated the heaven-measuring ruler to block her path. Thud! The heaven-measuring ruler, now enormous, slammed into the arena, forming an impenetrable black wall blocking Long Yao's escape route. Seeing that she couldn't evade Bai Yu's sword, a flash of golden light appeared in Long Yao's eyes. Her aura instantly contracted, and her entire body became covered in white dragon scales. Clang! Bai Yu's boundless sword of non-thought struck Long Yao's forehead, emitting the sound of metal clashing against metal. Bai Yu's sword was directly repelled, while Long Yao's forehead was not even left with a single white mark. So tough? Bai Yu's pupils contracted slightly when he saw that Long Yao's skin was harder than divine metal. Before he could react, Long Yao struck his chest with her palm. Bang! Bai Yu's chest instantly caved in, his body shooting out of the arena like a cannonball, smashing against the edge of the void core. Bai Yu! Sugu, who was watching the battle outside the arena, cried out in shock when he saw Bai Yu get sent flying by Long Yao's palm strike. His face was filled with horror. The difference in strength was simply too vast. Moreover, this was after Bai Yu had temporarily increased his strength with the Great Transformation Heavenly Art. If Bai Yu had engaged Long Yao without preparation, wouldn't that palm strike have obliterated him completely? Sugu was terrified by Long Yao's terrifying power. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, having been sent flying to the edge of the void core, endured the pain to heal his injuries while looking at the immortal mountain in the center. He gritted his teeth and said, Long Yao's strength is even more than I anticipated. Just now, the boundless sword of non-thought was my all-out strike, but it failed to break her defense. If we fight conventionally, I'm afraid I won't be able to win. While Bai Yu was analyzing the situation, he suddenly saw a white dragon coalescing in the distance and rapidly approaching him. What is that? Bai Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he watched the white dragon approach, and he immediately dodged to the side. Boom! The white dragon shot past Bai Yu, carrying terrifying power as it tore through the void core, directly blasting a huge hole into the spiritual beast's sea of qi. The ethereal spiritual beast in the void cried out in pain once again. It seems the battlefield is not confined to that immortal mountain arena. Bai watched the massive hole ripped through next to him, and immediately summoned the boundless sword of non-thought, the heaven-measuring ruler, and the Hichu Luoshu back to his side. I can't take my chances against Long Yao. I have to use the Hichu Luoshu again to borrow power from the future. I can't worry about the consequences anymore. Bai picked up the Hichu Luoshu, not caring about the severe consequences of borrowing power from the future. He immediately activated the Hichu Luoshu. Boom! Terrifying power erupted from the Hichu Luoshu, and the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation unfolded with Bai at its center. Bai's aura also began to soar uncontrollably. The white dragon that had smashed through the void core turned its head in the sea of qi, and then charged towards Bai at an even faster speed. At that moment, Bai's eyes were already sparkling with the vast expanse of the stars. He didn't even look at the white dragon behind him. He brought his 2 fingers together and sent forth his sword. The boundless sword of non-thought turned into a streak of sword light, easily slicing the white dragon in 2, just as easily slicing through the sea of qi. The spiritual beast cried out in pain once more. The spiritual energy consumed within Bai's body was instantly replenished with the help of the Hichu Luoshu. In the arena, Sugu sensed the powerful aura emanating from the void core, and his eyes were filled with deep worry. Bai is borrowing power from the future again? Last time, he only used the power of the future to defeat Curse, and that little bit nearly caused him to die. Now, Bai wants to use the future to defeat Long Yao. Even if Bai's future is truly that powerful, can his current body really withstand that level of power? Sugu was incredibly worried. Long Yao's eyes became excited upon sensing Bai's aura. She muttered, "What incredibly powerful and beautiful power. Bai, you're the one who will save me, aren't you? I am going to be free." Chapter 320, Passing the Trial. Long Yao looked at the powerful Bai, becoming increasingly excited. The white dragon coiling around the Immortal Mountain also took flight, hovering above Long Yao and transforming into a spear that landed in her hands. Bai stood at the center of the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation, looking at Long Yao, who was wielding the dragon spear in the Immortal Mountain arena. There was no hint of emotion in his eyes. Long Yao and Bai's auras collided within the void core. The force was so great that it caused cracks to appear on the surface of the enormous void core, resulting in massive amounts of energy leaking out. Sugu watched the enormous void core crack and his heart ached with pain. He began to mutter continuously, "Oh my goodness! You two should take it easy. This void core is damaged. So much energy is leaking out. It's such a waste." However, Sugu's words were destined not to reach the ears of Long Yao and Bai. At this moment, Long Yao's eyes were only focused on Bai. The dragon spear in her hands continued to let out dragon roars, emitting endless power that ceaselessly assaulted Bai's Yin-Yang 8 trigrams formation. As for whether the massive void core broke, she no longer cared. Bai, however, remained completely emotionless. In his calm eyes, it was as if he did not consider Long Yao an opponent. "Let's make this quick." Bai spoke calmly. The heaven-measuring ruler was the first to fly out, rapidly enlarging mid-air, hurtling towards Long Yao. "Well done." Long Yao watched the heaven-measuring ruler approach, not dodging or avoiding it. She suddenly kicked off the ground, causing the arena, including the Immortal Mountain, to instantly turn to dust. Long Yao charged towards the heaven-measuring ruler at lightning speed. The dragon spear erupted with a powerful dragon roar. A white dragon flew out, violently colliding with the heaven-measuring ruler. But at the moment the white dragon touched the ruler, it vanished into thin air. Long Yao's eyes flickered slightly, but she still wore a smile as she fearlessly stabbed towards the heaven-measuring ruler. The tip of the dragon spear collided with the heaven-measuring ruler. The powerful spear was instantly bent. A shower of sparks flew between the tip of the spear and the ruler as painful dragon roars echoed from within the spear. However, Long Yao ultimately withstood the heaven-measuring ruler. At the center of the 8 trigrams formation, the Hichu Luoshu refilled Bai's spiritual energy hundreds of times every second. This terrifying consumption, Once Bayu's state of borrowing power from the future ended, he would probably be instantly annihilated. However, Bayu couldn't worry about that right now. Seeing that Long Yao had withstood the impact of the heaven-measuring ruler, he instantly teleported to the other end of the ruler, stepping down with his foot. Boom! With the power of the heaven-measuring ruler combined with Bayu's strength, Long Yao's dragon spear shattered instantly. The sleeves of Long Yao's clothes and the dragon scales on her skin also turned to dust in that instant. Long Yao was struck heavily by the heaven-measuring ruler, her body flying out like a cannonball, crashing through the void core and entering the spiritual beast's sea of qi. The powerful impact shattered Long Yao's meridians. She was completely unable to stop her descent, continuing to fall in the sea of qi. It looked like she was about to break through the sea of qi. But just as Long Yao was about to smash through the membrane of the sea of qi and reach other parts of the spiritual beast's body, a yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram suddenly appeared beneath her, and her form slightly distorted. In the next moment, Long Yao was teleported in front of Bayu. Before she could react to what happened, Bayu's boundless sword of non-thought was already placed against Long Yao's neck. He said calmly, "You lost." Long Yao looked at the boundless sword of non-thought against her neck, still in shock and with a hint of fear in her eyes. The overwhelming power Bayu had displayed earlier had shocked her. According to the trial, Bayu only needed to hold out against Long Yao for a period of time. However, Bayu's performance had been so powerful that it almost caused Long Yao to be obliterated. This overwhelming power of Bayu's had completely captivated Long Yao. Without hesitation, Long Yao said directly to Bayu, "Congratulations, master, on passing the trial. From now on, I will serve you as my master and be at your disposal." Hearing Long Yao's words, Bayu retracted the boundless sword of non-thought and asked, "Since I am your master, then whatever I ask you to do, you'll do, right?" Hearing Bayu's words, Long Yao's fair face flushed slightly, and she replied, "Yes, master." "Anything?" "Okay." Bayu nodded slightly, and then said, "I'll be losing consciousness soon. You need to fill me with energy at all costs until my body's spiritual energy is replenished, understand?" "Huh." Long Yao, who thought something else might happen, was taken aback by Bayu's words. Before she could react, the Hichu Luoshu became ineffective, and Bayu's aura rapidly declined. "Master!" Long Yao's expression changed drastically when she noticed that Bayu's body and even his soul had begun to rapidly shrink. Not caring that the master recognition ritual had not even begun, she immediately began to pour her spiritual power into Bayu's body. However, Bayu's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power Long Yao poured in, Bayu's aura didn't increase, and his body and soul continued to rapidly shrink, looking as if he was about to be annihilated. "How can this be? My spiritual energy is not enough to meet master's needs?" Long Yao was shocked. Her spiritual power could easily satisfy the spiritual energy consumption of the entire primeval chaos for several days. It was beyond description. Yet, her spiritual energy was running low and still failed to fill Bayu's bottomless pit. At this rate, Long Yao was bound to be sucked dry by Bayu. At that moment, Sugu rushed over, urgently saying to Long Yao, "Long Yao, Bayu borrowed power from his future. He needs to return the borrowed power as soon as possible, or he will be annihilated." Master borrowed power from the future? Upon hearing Sugu's words, Long Yao's expression instantly changed. She had finally found a suitable master and gained freedom, but before the recognition ritual could even start, her master was about to die? How can this be? Without any hesitation, Long Yao immediately channeled all the energy from the massive void core into Bayu's body. Boom! With endless void core energy pouring into Bayu's body, Bayu's declining aura finally slowed, and the spiritual power within his body began to slowly recover. However, the energy within the massive void core was being consumed at a visible rate. At this rate, before Bayu's body was even filled, the entire void core would be completely depleted. No, at this rate of consumption, the energy here won't be enough. Go and bring in all the void cores from the Sea of Qi. Seeing this, Long Yao immediately instructed Sugu. "All right." The situation was urgent. Sugu didn't care about how precious those void cores were. He immediately went to draw out the void cores from the Sea of Qi, absorbing all of them into the massive void core. The Sea of Qi consciousness, upon seeing that the massive void core was devouring energy from the Sea of Qi, thought that the time to devour the massive void core had arrived. It even took the initiative to send in a large number of void cores, bringing its black Qi with it, trying to corrupt the massive void core to claim it as its own. However, the energy inside all the void cores that entered the massive void core were instantly drained by Baiyu, failing to create any disturbances. Thus, under the joint supply of Long Yao, the massive void core, and countless small void cores in the Sea of Qi, Baiyu's aura began to stabilize and his spiritual power gradually recovered. Chapter 321. Innate Celestial Spirit. Inside the massive void core, Sugu watched helplessly as the massive void core, along with all the small void cores in the spiritual beast Sea of Qi, were completely consumed by Baiyu. The blood in his heart nearly ran dry. Baiyu, you prodigal son, how much power did you borrow from the future? All of our treasures are gone. Sugu looked at the empty Sea of Qi, truly at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. They had ventured into the Sea of Qi, even taking AI Shuang's talent, all for the sake of these void cores. But Baiyu, to pass the trial, used all the void cores in the Sea of Qi, even the massive void core, to pay off his debt. After risking their lives for so long, all they had to show for it was an enigmatic Long Yao. Sugu glanced at Long Yao, wondering if it was even worth it for Baiyu to have paid such a high price for a single servant. Finally got it done. Long Yao breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the spiritual energy in Baiyu's body had been replenished. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Master to borrow so much power from the future. I almost wasn't able to save you. But if Master's future can lend so much power, how powerful must Master's future self be? Long Yao was lost in her vision of Baiyu's future. The dragon spear that had been shattered by Baiyu's heaven-measuring ruler had been re-solidified, finally turning into a small white dragon that coiled around Long Yao's leg. At this time, Baiyu slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Sugu and Long Yao in front of him. He took a deep breath and smiled. It seems that I've survived. Sugu said in a disgruntled tone, You've survived, but the void cores are all gone. Why did you have to borrow so much power from the future? Now we've wasted all our efforts. Baiyu smiled wryly. I couldn't help it. Long Yao was just too strong. If I had borrowed less, I wouldn't have been able to win against her, so I had no choice but to borrow more. Sugu had nothing to say to Baiyu's response. Although he felt heartache for the wasted void cores, he knew that survival was the most important thing. Baiyu's decision was the right one. Even if he were in Baiyu's place, he would have chosen the same. However, even though Sugu understood the situation, his heart still ached. He had never seen so many void cores in his entire life. Long Yao laughed at that moment. It doesn't matter, Master. Those void cores were just an extra gift. I am your most valuable gain. Hearing Long Yao's words, Baiyu couldn't help but smile and ask, Now that I've become your master, are there any benefits that I'll gain? Of course there are benefits. Long Yao immediately said, I am an innate celestial spirit born in the void, and I have a unique existence in the void. And, not to brag, among all the innate celestial spirits in the void, I'm ranked near the top. Sugu asked, What exactly does innate celestial spirit mean? I've never heard of it before. Long Yao said, To put it simply, right now, aren't we inside a spiritual beast's stomach? The spiritual beasts that are currently wandering in the void are all descendants of an innate celestial spirit called spiritual godchild. And my ranking among the innate celestial spirits is even above the spiritual godchild. You're that strong? Sugu's pupils contracted suddenly. He exclaimed in shock, a storm of horror erupting in his heart. The spiritual beasts that wandered the void were all incredibly ferocious, with many of them capable of swallowing an entire universe in one bite. The spiritual godchild, as the ancestor of those spiritual beasts, would likely be even more powerful, and Long Yao's ranking was actually higher than the spiritual godchild's? Sugu couldn't even imagine how strong Long Yao was. Long Yao continued, "Of course, I'm just ranked higher than the spiritual godchild. Ranking doesn't necessarily mean power. Since I haven't found a master, my strength hasn't changed much. If it comes to a direct battle right now, I definitely wouldn't be a match for the spiritual godchild." Sugu's excitement was immediately extinguished. He said, "So you're just an unpolished gem. I thought we had found a treasure." Smack. The moment Sugu spoke, Long Yao smacked him heavily on the forehead with spiritual energy, causing his consciousness to spin several times in the sea of qi. He was completely disoriented. Baiyu looked at Sugu's state, shook his head with a smile, and said to Long Yao, "Don't take him seriously. He's just experienced some intense emotional fluctuations, and his mind isn't very stable." "Okay, master." Long Yao replied obediently. Baiyu then asked, "You said your ranking is above the spiritual godchilds. Does that mean the innate celestial spirits all have a ranking?" Seeing Long Yao, he also thought of himself. He had also once been an innate demon godborn from the chaos of the three realms and had an innate ranking. Of course there are rankings. Innate celestial spirits that are born in the void are naturally divided by strength and weakness. I am the spirit of the ancestral dragon, ranked 4th, while the spiritual godchild is ranked 7th. "You're only ranked 4th? A hint of surprise flashed through Baiyu's eyes. "What kind of monsters are the top 3? Long Yao shook her head. "I don't know that. Although innate celestial spirits are born with rankings, it doesn't mean that the innate celestial spirits know each other. The reason I know the spiritual godchild's ranking is just because I've fought him before." "I see." Baiyu nodded thoughtfully. "But you're still quite amazing. After all, the vast primeval chaos was merely a large, ordered world in the void. Yet, Long Yao, an innate celestial spirit born in the void, was actually ranked 4th. This was already a terrifying ranking. One must know, Baiyu himself had only been the 3rd-ranked innate demon god in the chaos of the three realms back then. There were probably countless powerhouses in the void that even the innate celestial spirits had never seen. But Baiyu was now the master of a 4th-ranked innate celestial spirit. Baiyu was already crushing countless powerhouses from the starting line. Baiyu felt as if he had brought a portable cheat code with him, having Long Yao by his side. However, in the void, the strong preyed on the weak. The life and death battles among the strong had never been logical. Baiyu did not mind having a cheat code by his side, and he even hoped that his cheat code would be as powerful as possible. Long Yao continued, "Master, you wouldn't understand everything that I'm telling you here. Let's start the master recognition ritual. After the ritual is complete, you'll understand what an innate celestial spirit means." "There's still a master recognition ritual?" Baiyu asked in surprise. He thought that it was already over after passing the trial. "Of course." Long Yao put one hand on her hip and stretched her other hand out to Baiyu. "Master, give me one of your hands." Baiyu followed Long Yao's instructions and placed his hand into her palm. Buzz. The moment Baiyu's and Long Yao's palms touched, their entire bodies lit up with a dazzling white light. An extraordinarily powerful energy flowed from Long Yao's body into Baiyu's body. Baiyu's aura began to soar madly. Chapter 322. A huge improvement. This power. Baiyu looked at Long Yao in shock as he felt the continuous flow of power pouring into his body, his heart filled with terror. This energy was too vast. Long Yao smiled. "Master, don't be surprised. This is just the beginning. Since you have become Long Yao's master, Long Yao's power will naturally be shared with Master. And after completing the master recognition ritual, Master will also learn all the abilities that I possess." Baiyu exclaimed, "If I gain your power, what will happen to you?" Baiyu had always believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Since he could gain Long Yao's power, then there would definitely be a price to pay. This price might be on him, or it might be borne by Long Yao. Long Yao said, "Master doesn't need to worry about me. Although I share my power with Master, correspondingly, in the future, when Master grows stronger, I will also grow stronger. We mutually benefit each other." Baiyu, "Then do you still need to pay other costs?" "No, I don't." Long Yao chuckled. Sugu, who had recovered on the side, couldn't help but sigh after hearing Long Yao's words. "Then you're too monstrous, aren't you? Once someone becomes your master, they would just soar to the sky, right? Of course. Long Yao said proudly, I am a fourth-ranked innate celestial spirit. If I'm not powerful enough, how could I live up to my ranking? Baiyu sighed. Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. I can't even see myself clearly. I don't know how strong I am now. Although Baiyu had defeated Long Yao, that was when he borrowed power from the future. That power would all have to be returned, and he didn't have enough time to experience the power of the future. But what Long Yao was giving him was a real improvement, the kind that didn't have to be returned. With Long Yao, Baiyu felt that he could return to the primeval chaos and go head-to-head with Brain. However, Baiyu didn't have much time to feel amazed before a large amount of information entered his mind from Long Yao, threatening to burst his head. At this moment, Long Yao immediately reminded him, Master, please focus. During the master recognition ritual, I will share all my knowledge and skills with you. The amount of information is massive. You need to receive it quickly to avoid any problems. Hearing Long Yao's words, Baiyu immediately focused his mind and began to concentrate on receiving Long Yao's information. Under Baiyu's guidance, the exploding information was orderly recorded in his soul. Baiyu also gained a deeper understanding of the void because of Long Yao's knowledge. That information was currently extremely scarce for Baiyu, and it was something he couldn't obtain from the outside world. In Baiyu's eyes, just the knowledge shared by Long Yao was equivalent in value to the power that Long Yao had shared. Long Yao's master recognition ritual soon came to an end. The dragon mark on her forehead gradually dissipated, and a similar dragon mark appeared on Baiyu's forehead. Okay, Master. The master recognition ritual is complete. Long Yao released Baiyu's hand and said excitedly, I can finally leave this place and go outside to take a look. My understanding of the void all comes from the memories of the testers. I've never actually seen the outside world, and now I can finally fulfill that wish. Although Long Yao had lived for countless years, she had never left the massive void core. Everything outside was incredibly fresh for her. Seeing Long Yao's excited expression, Baiyu smiled, retrieved the top-grade void core he had obtained, and began absorbing it using the method shared by Long Yao. He said, It's time to leave here. Let's go. As he spoke, the top-grade void core turned to dust in Baiyu's palm, all of its energy completely absorbed by Baiyu. Seeing this, Sugu immediately burrowed into the evil ghost mask on Baiyu's waist. Long Yao and Baiyu left the spiritual beast sea of Qi together and returned to the land of Gaia. At this moment, in the Sky Saint Dynasty's royal court, at the capital's imperial palace, Yuing had already executed Gon Nan. The Gon family of the Sky Saint Dynasty had withdrawn from the stage of history. It was likely that countless ambitious individuals would appear in the Sky Saint Dynasty from now on, resulting in chaos as they competed for the throne. However, Yuing didn't care about these things. He was currently sitting idly on the throne, playing with Gon Nan's soul in his hand, waiting for Baiyu to return. Yuing had no idea where Baiyu had gone, but he didn't dare to leave rashly, so he simply waited in place. After Gon Nan's death, the rest of the people in the palace completely gave up their delusions, threw away their weapons, and ran away. Yu Ying's main target was only Gon Nan, and Baiyu did not like killing innocent people. So after dealing with Gon Nan, he didn't bother dealing with the other palace lackeys and allowed them to escape. At this time, only Yu Ying was left in the vast palace. I wonder where Mr. Bai is gone. I can't sense his aura at all. Yu Ying muttered to himself. Just when he was thinking about whether he should go out to look for Baiyu, he suddenly felt two extremely terrifying and unfamiliar auras coming from outside the main hall, scaring Yu Ying greatly. Who's there? Yu Ying shuddered and immediately stood up from the throne. When he saw Baiyu and Long Yao appear outside the main hall, he was stunned. Mr. Bai? Yu Ying stared blankly at Baiyu, blinked his eyes hard, not quite believing what he was seeing. Was this Mr. Bai? Yu Ying's mind went blank. In Yu Ying's eyes, although Baiyu had been very strong before, it was still a level of strength that he could understand. And now Baiyu had only disappeared for a short period of time, yet his strength had changed drastically. The pressure that Baiyu was currently giving Yu Ying made him vaguely feel that he was in the presence of the seer. In fact, the pressure that Baiyu was giving him now was even greater than the seer. Yu Ying could no longer understand Bai Yu's strength. Not only that, the girl by Bai Yu's side, with a white dragon coiled around her leg, was also powerful in a way that he couldn't comprehend. What had Bai Yu experienced during this short period of time? Yu Ying couldn't imagine it. Bai Yu merely smiled at Yu Ying's shocked expression and did not explain much. He said to Yu Ying, "I've resolved the matter of Cloud Void Elder and the Void Course. Have you finished the teleportation rune? It's time for us to leave." "Why, yes, I have finished." Yu Ying came back to his senses and immediately handed the teleportation rune he had remade to Bai Yu. "With this teleportation rune, we can return to the Skywalker headquarters at any time." "That's good." Bai Yu nodded slightly, but he didn't immediately use the teleportation rune. Instead, he put it away and said to Yu Ying, "I still need to go to the Cursed Dead Zone after this. If you don't want to go, you can go back to Skywalker headquarters first and wait for me there." With Long Yao by his side, Bai Yu no longer needed Yu Ying to be his guide in the void. In addition, the seer might use Yu Ying to observe him. At this time, Bai Yu didn't want Yu Ying by his side, exposing his strength. "Why you are going to the Cursed Dead Zone?" When Yu Ying heard that Bai Yu was willing to let him leave, his heart was filled with joy. But when he heard the words Cursed Dead Zone, his expression changed, and he reminded Bai Yu, "Mr. Bai, why are you going to that hellish place? That place is extremely dangerous." "What? Are you familiar with the Cursed Dead Zone?" Bai Yu asked, raising an eyebrow. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yu Ying quickly shook his head like a rattle drum and quickly said, "No, I'm not. I only know that place is extremely dangerous. No one who goes in there has ever come out alive." Yu Ying's heart was in his throat, fearing that Bai Yu would grab him and bring him to the Cursed Dead Zone again. Bai Yu didn't intend to bring Yu Ying to the Cursed Dead Zone in the first place. He smiled and said, "Forget it. Look how scared you are. I won't force you to go this time. Since you have the teleportation rune, you can go back first and wait for me at Skywalker headquarters." "Yes," Yu Ying replied, relieved. However, Yu Ying couldn't help but say worriedly, "Mr. Bai, are you really going to the Cursed Dead Zone? That place is really not a place that people should go. If you say another word, you will come with me." "No, I'll wait for you at headquarters." Yu Ying immediately changed his mind and then took out a new teleportation rune. Without any hesitation, he teleported away. After sending Yu Ying away, Bai Yu said to Long Yao, "Let's go. We'll go pick someone up and kill someone, and then we can set off for the Cursed Dead Zone." Chapter 323. Leaving the Land of Gaia. Somewhere on a deserted island in the south of the Land of Gaia, Curse hid alone on the island, enduring the pain caused by the curse. This deserted island had become dilapidated under Curse's torment. Curse threads were everywhere, corroding the earth, making the entire island look incredibly terrifying. Soon after Curse left Bai Yu, the curse in her body erupted again. She unleashed her power in pain on this deserted island. Only now, after her power had been exhausted, did her pain subside somewhat, with tear stains still lingering on her face. "It's useless. Once you're targeted by the Cursed Dead Zone, you'll never be redeemed. No one can save me. Even if he goes to the Cursed Dead Zone, he'll just be another victim. There doesn't need to be another cursed person," Curse muttered to herself. After meeting Bai Yu, she had gradually returned to her true nature, and her temperament was no longer as extreme and obsessive. "Curse." Just then, Bai Yu's voice suddenly echoed on the island, causing Curse's expression to change dramatically. "Don't follow me anymore." Curse screamed, instantly turning her whole body into dark curses, wanting to flee the island and stay away from Bai Yu. However, before Curse could even leave the island, she was stopped by Long Yao. Long Yao carefully examined the curse-entwined curse, saying, "Indeed, just like Master said, your curse has penetrated too deeply. It has even transformed your soul into a curse. Conventional methods cannot save you. We still have to go to the Cursed Dead Zone to find a chance for relief." Curse saw Long Yao appear out of thin air, and her eyes immediately filled with vigilance. The intent to kill flashed in her eyes as she hissed, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Curse, she's one of us." At this time, Bai Yu appeared with Su Gu by his side, trying to reassure Curse. "Bai Yu?" Curse saw Bai Yu appear, and she lowered her guard slightly, but she still kept her distance from Long Yao. After being cursed by the cursed dead zone, Curse had not trusted anyone other than Bai Yu. Even Bai Yu, she did not trust him completely. Bai Yu was very aware of Curse's situation, so he didn't mind her reaction. He smiled and said, "The matters I had in this world have been resolved. I've come this time to fulfill my promise to take you out of this world and to go to the cursed dead zone to help you remove the curse." "You can't go to the cursed dead zone," Curse hurriedly said to Bai Yu. "That place is full of despair and misfortune. People who have dealings with the cursed dead zone will never have a good ending. There is no need for you to go there for my sake. I won't be saved, and you'll just be sacrificing yourself for nothing." To this, Bai Yu smiled and said, "Even if you don't come with me, I will go to the cursed dead zone myself to find a way to remove your curse. You saved my life, and I need to go to the cursed dead zone to repay you for your kindness. Even if I die there, I'll do it willingly." "You!" Curse was angered by Bai Yu's persistence. "I didn't save you so you could go die. Fine, I won't stop you from going to your death. Just take me out of this horrible place first." "Of course." Bai Yu smiled at Curse. "I'll take you out right now." As he spoke, the space around Bai Yu slightly distorted, and then everyone disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Bai Yu and the others appeared in the void. When the huge spiritual beast that was wandering in the void saw Bai Yu and the others appear in front of it, it fled in panic, wanting to stay as far away from Bai Yu as possible. It was fully aware of what Bai Yu had done inside its stomach. The void cores in its sea of qi and the massive void core were all devoured by Bai Yu. It was now completely bankrupt. At the moment, when it saw Bai Yu, it was like seeing a plague god, wanting to escape as far as possible. Bai Yu stood in the void, smiling as he watched the spiritual beast flee in panic. He didn't choose to take revenge by killing the spiritual beast. After all, there was a world within that spiritual beast, and those innocent lives relied on the spiritual beast to survive. Bai Yu wasn't so ruthless as to indulge in a moment of satisfaction and allow countless lives to be buried alongside it. "I'm really out." Curse looked at the pitch-black void, feeling somewhat dazed. Although she had always longed to escape from the spiritual beast's belly, what moved her now was not that she had escaped. Rather, it was that Bai Yu had kept his promise. After being cursed by the cursed dead zone, Curse had lived in a world of deception. No matter how good those people had been to her, in the end they were either coveting her power, wanting to use her to accomplish something, or they would unhesitatingly flee after seeing her curse. Only Bai Yu. Not only did he not flee, but he also fulfilled his promise. Bai Yu saw that Curse was in a daze, and he smiled, saying, "Curse, after I go kill someone, we'll have to go to the cursed dead zone. If you really don't want to come with us, then leave me a way to find you. When we find a way to remove your curse, I will come find you again." "You're really going to the cursed dead zone?" Curse came back to her senses and frowned at Bai Yu. "That place is really terrifying. Far more terrifying than you can imagine. It was a miracle that I was able to escape." Bai Yu smiled. "A promise made is a promise to keep. I owe you a life-saving grace, so I must repay you. Curse, you brought me out. We're even now. There's no need for you to put yourself in danger." "Bai Yu, these are two different things. My bringing you out is another promise." "You." Curse saw that Bai Yu was so stubborn and knew that she couldn't persuade him. She sighed and said, "Forget it. I can't persuade you. I won't stop you from seeking death if that's what you want. However, I should be the one to take you there. Otherwise, you won't even be able to find where the cursed dead zone is. If you wander randomly in the void and fall into a dangerous place, you'll die for nothing." Bai Yu smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Miss Curse in advance." "Humph." Curse seemed to be still annoyed. She snorted and ignored Bai Yu. Bai Yu simply smiled at Curse's attitude, then said to Sugu, "Before we go to the cursed dead zone, we should settle the matter of the spiritual king." Sugu also knew that Bai Yu was no longer the same as before, but he was still somewhat fearful after hearing the name spiritual king. He asked, "Are we really going to lure the spiritual king over?" "Bai Yu, of course. If he comes looking for trouble, we naturally can't hide from him. It's better for everyone if we resolve this kind of thing as soon as possible. Besides, the spiritual king has also been infected by the cursed dead zone. Dealing with him as soon as possible is also a form of liberation for him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Su-gu pursed his lips and then said, "All right, I'll lure him over." After speaking, Su-gu activated his divine power, allowing the spiritual king to sense their location. Chapter 324. The Arrival of the Spiritual King. In the void, there was a deathly silence. After Su-gu successfully made the spiritual king sense his location, Bai Yu and the others waited quietly in the darkness for the spiritual king's arrival. After a long time, still without a sign of the spiritual king, Long Yao couldn't help but yawn and stretch, saying, "Why is he so slow?" Su-gu smiled. "The spiritual king's strength is inferior to yours, and there are many dangers in the void. He also needs to avoid some dangerous places, so his time to get here will naturally be slower. However, when we were still inside the spiritual beast, the spiritual king was already on his way here. Now that he has pinpointed our exact location, his speed will definitely be faster. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon." Not long after Su-gu finished speaking, a massive valley suddenly manifested in the void, appearing in front of Bai Yu and the others. When Bai Yu saw the valley appear out of nowhere in the void, his eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "100 Flower Valley. So, he's here." Regarding this 100 Flower Valley, Bai Yu had seen it twice already from AI Shuang's memory and in the land of Gaia. This 100 Flower Valley was once the homeland of the spiritual clan, but after the spiritual clan was slaughtered by the Skywalkers, the 100 Flower Valley also became the spiritual king's curse. Wherever the 100 Flower Valley appeared, Su-gu's curse would definitely exist. It's a curse from the cursed dead zone. When Curse saw the 100 Flower Valley appear in the void, her expression instantly turned serious, and cursed threads began to wrap around her body, ready for battle at any moment. Curse had escaped from the cursed dead zone, so she was very familiar with the aura of the cursed dead zone. At this moment, Bai Yu walked in front of Curse, stopping the ready-to-fight Curse, and said, "Curse, this is not your fight. There's no need to be nervous. Put away the curse. Your body must suffer from the pain of the curse each time you use it, right? You don't need to suffer from the pain of the curse anymore from now on." But Curse's eyes were still filled with worry. Bai Yu smiled at Curse. "You have to believe in my strength. I'm not as fragile as you think I am." Long Yao chuckled. "That's right. Master has me to help him. Not to mention some spiritual king. Even if it is the cursed dead zone, we can still flatten it." When Curse saw the confident smiles on Bai Yu and Long Yao's faces, she gradually relaxed, and the surging curses around her subsided again. She said, "Okay, since you're both so confident, I won't interfere and help. I hope that your confidence matches your strength. Don't worry." Bai Yu nodded with a smile. "You just wait here for a bit. It will be over soon. Su-gu, come with me." After speaking, Bai Yu walked straight into the 100 Flower Valley, with Su-gu following closely behind. Curse saw that Long Yao hadn't followed Bai Yu, and she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to help?" Long Yao shook her head. "Master is enough by himself. I'm not interested in that kind of character." Long Yao wasn't being arrogant when she said that. She had lived for countless years and seen countless testers. She had seen more testers stronger than the spiritual king. Now that Bai Yu and Long Yao shared strength, there would be no suspense in the battle between Bai Yu and the spiritual king. At the same time, Bai Yu and Su-gu had already entered the 100 Flower Valley. The scenery here was still exactly the same as in AI Shuang's memories. However, the only difference was that, at the center of the 100 Flower Valley, stood a man holding a heavy sword, wearing a noble blue robe, with a rather thin physique and pitch-black eyes. Around the man, there was a large amount of vicious curses wrapped around him. Spiritual King. When Su-gu saw the man in the center of the 100 Flower Valley, he couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Once upon a time, the Spiritual King had been a wise ruler, deeply loved by the people of the spiritual clan. Even in the primal realm, the Spiritual King had an extremely high reputation. But after being infected by the curse of the cursed dead zone, the Spiritual King had become increasingly obsessed and crazy. Now his consciousness had been completely devoured by the curse, turning him into a puppet of the curse. Baiyu examined the spiritual king carefully and found that the spiritual king had become the same as curse, completely composed of curses, and the spiritual king's condition was even worse than curses. At least curse could occasionally remain conscious, but the spiritual king was completely controlled by the curse. When Baiyu saw the state of the spiritual king, he couldn't help but ask Su-gu, "Didn't you say that the spiritual king only went around the outskirts of the cursed dead zone and then retreated unscathed? Why is his condition worse than curses now?" Su-gu said in a deep voice, "The spiritual king's condition wasn't this severe before I came looking for you. It's estimated that he has been using the curse of the cursed dead zone more and more frequently during this time. It seems the cursed dead zone is truly a disaster. Anyone who is involved with the cursed dead zone will not have a good ending." As he spoke, Su-gu's consciousness retreated behind Baiyu. He could sense an extreme danger from the spiritual king. Faced with a powerhouse like the spiritual king, he could only leave it to Baiyu to deal with him. The spiritual king silently looked at Baiyu and Su-gu behind Baiyu. He said to Su-gu, "Su-gu, you traitor. My beloved daughter was abducted because you failed to protect her. Now you actually have the face to escape my prison and appear before me." Faced with the spiritual king's questioning, Su-gu also said, "It is my responsibility for failing to protect Ai Shuang, but that is not a reason for you to abuse the curse. Look at yourself now. Where is there still any semblance of a king? If Ai Shuang sees you like this, what would she think?" "Ai Shuang." The spiritual king spat out turbid air, and then his pitch-black eyes looked at Baiyu, saying, "I can sense her aura from you. Where is she?" Although the spiritual king had gone mad, he was still Ai Shuang's father. Therefore, Baiyu did not intend to deprive the spiritual king of the right to see Ai Shuang. He summoned Ai Shuang from his small world. At this time, Ai Shuang was still in a deep sleep due to the loss of her omnidimensional insight talent. "Ai Shuang, my daughter." When the spiritual king saw the sleeping Ai Shuang, emotions flickered in his pitch-black eyes. However, the spiritual king's reaction was not as Baiyu had expected. He did not appear excited to be reunited with his daughter. Instead, his face turned ferocious. "Daughter, as long as you and I become one, no one will be able to take you away from my side. Return my daughter to me." Boom! The spiritual king suddenly roared, and a large number of curses erupted around him. He charged towards Ai Shuang at lightning speed. Himph! When Baiyu saw that the spiritual king had unhesitatingly attacked Ai Shuang, he couldn't help but snort coldly and unleash his own spiritual power, shattering all the incoming curses. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You would actually unhesitatingly try to kill your own daughter. Baiyu sent Ai Shuang behind him and said coldly to the spiritual king. The spiritual king's expression became ferocious, and he said to Baiyu, "You don't understand the pain of losing a daughter. I don't want to experience that pain again. Only by making Ai Shuang a part of my body will we be together forever. You outsider, you dare to stop me, then die for me." Boom! The spiritual king suddenly shrieked. He swung his great sword, and like a madman, turned into a black beam of light and charged towards Baiyu. Chapter 325. The Spiritual King's Guardian Deity. The spiritual king grinned ferociously as the curses surrounding him coalesced into one ferocious beast after another. Accompanied by the spiritual king's greatsword, they charged towards Baiyu. The once idyllic 100-flower valley was now spewing out curses. Numerous flowers withered, cursed inscriptions appearing on them. Baiyu watched the spiritual king, surrounded by terrifying curses, charge at him. There was no ripple in his eyes, only a hint of emotion. If he were still the same as when he had just emerged from the primeval chaos, only having the blessing of the primeval chaos will, then he would really have been unable to defeat the king head-on. He would have had to choose to avoid the fight and resort to external items and tactics to seek victory. Back then, even if he had managed to win by luck, he would have been seriously injured. But now, Baiyu was no longer the same as he was before. Not to mention Long Yao's power, Bai could easily defeat the spiritual king just by relying on the great transformation heavenly art, this demonic technique. To deal with the spiritual king now, Bai could do it with a flick of a finger. Those who block my path must die. The spiritual king roared as he held his greatsword, carrying endless curses as he slashed down at Bai. At this time, a ferocious beast formed by curses manifested behind the spiritual king, roaring at Bai. Bai? Sugu's expression became incredibly complex when he saw the beast behind the spiritual king. Then, Bai calmly looked at the spiritual king and simply extended his index finger, gently tapping in the void. Drip. As if a finger had been lightly pressed on a calm surface, the space in the 100-Flower Valley rippled. The spiritual king and all the curses around him were frozen in midair. The next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the 100-Flower Valley. Then, like shattered glass, it turned into fragments in the void and disappeared. The spiritual king, who was frozen in the void, suddenly contracted his pupils. He looked at the Bayou in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Before he could figure out the specifics, he felt an unimaginable power descend upon him. At that moment, the spiritual king felt as if he were a small boat in a stormy sea, about to be swallowed easily by Bayou's energy at any moment. Bang! After Bayou's power poured onto the spiritual king, the curse-entwined greatsword in the spiritual king's hand shattered. He himself was sent flying like a cannonball, turning into a shooting star in the void, finally colliding hard against a barren, ordered world floating in the void. How can he be so strong? The spiritual king stood up from the broken ground in a wretched state. Half of his body had turned into curses, and his face was still marked with fear of Bayou's power. Spiritual king. At this moment, Bayou's voice came from above, and the spiritual king, like a startled bird, immediately fled into the distance. Boom! The spiritual king hadn't run far before a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The earth instantly collapsed, and the spiritual king was suppressed on the ground, unable to move. Damn it! How could I fall here? The spiritual king gritted his teeth. He propped his hands on the ground as large amounts of curses surged within him, trying to get up from Bayou's pressure. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Bayou slowly descended in front of the spiritual king and calmly looked at the spiritual king lying on the ground. He opened his 5 fingers, and a powerful suction force emanated from his palm. Large amounts of curse energy surged from the spiritual king's body, drawn into Bayou's palm. What are you doing? The spiritual king sensed that the curse in his body was constantly flowing away, and he roared at Bayou, "Stop it now!" Bayou ignored the spiritual king's roar and absorbed the curses from the spiritual king's body as if he was in his own world. Soon, the curses in Bayou's palm had condensed into a black ball, while the spiritual king's body had become incredibly illusory, as if he were about to disappear. And after the spiritual king's body became illusory, Bayou could see a small, white celestial beast with its eyes tightly closed, curled up, surrounded by curses. If you looked carefully, you could see that the small white celestial beast was almost identical to the ferocious beast that had appeared behind the spiritual king during his attack. That's the spiritual king's guardian deity, Bayou. At this time, the spiritual king's consciousness flew out of the evil ghost mask on Bayou's waist. His expression was incredibly complicated. Sugu said, back then, after the spiritual king found out that the spiritual clan had been slaughtered by the Skywalkers, he went completely mad and did countless crazy things. Bayou, as the spiritual king's guardian deity, had initially helped the spiritual king, but after the spiritual king did more and more outrageous things, Bayou couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to stop the spiritual king, but in the end, she was killed by the spiritual king's curse and her soul was completely transformed into a mindless beast. Having said this, Sugu sighed again. If my consciousness hadn't escaped to your side, I estimate that my final fate would have been similar to Bayou's. She can still be saved. At this moment, Bayou suddenly spoke, shocking Sugu. Why, you said what? Sugu looked at Bayou with an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He asked excitedly. Why you mean? By you can come back to life? Bayu nodded slightly. Did you see the Bayu in the spiritual king's body? She still has some residual consciousness. Perhaps it was the spiritual king's last shred of sanity, or perhaps it was Bayu's own tenacious will. Anyway, that bit of her consciousness had never been eroded by the curse. Hearing Bayu's words, Sugu also became excited. He hurriedly said to Bayu, "So, you specifically drew out the curse from the spiritual king's body in order to save Bayu?" Bayu said, "On one hand, I sensed a special power from within the spiritual king's body, so I wanted to explore it. On the other hand, all of the spiritual king's curses came from the cursed dead zone. Before I go to that place, I want to understand it more deeply. The curse on the spiritual king is a good sample." Although Bayu's strength was now enough for him to traverse the void, after meeting Curse and Sugu, he realized that the cursed dead zone wasn't as simple as he thought. Before going to the cursed dead zone, it wouldn't hurt to be fully prepared. And after Sugu heard that Bayu could be saved, he became completely excited. He didn't care about the cursed dead zone anymore and immediately said to Bayu, "Bayu, I beg you to save Bayu. As long as she can be saved, I'm willing to do anything." Hearing Sugu's words, Bayu couldn't help but smile and say, "What is she to you? Why do you care so much?" Sugu suddenly faltered at Bayu's question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Bayu naturally understood what was going on. He didn't continue to press the issue and said, "It's not difficult to save Bayu, but she only has a trace of her spirit left, and her consciousness is very weak, so she needs a soul carrier. My soul has already been bound to Longyao, and I can't take Bayu as my spirit pet. We'll have to find another one." Sugu hurriedly said, "That's easy. Let Bayu become Ai Shuang's guardian deity." "What about you then?" Bayu asked Sugu. "You are Ai Shuang's guardian deity, right?" Sugu said excitedly, "It doesn't matter. Ai Shuang's talent is exceptional and can bear multiple guardian deities. I can protect Ai Shuang with Bayu. Letting Bayu become Ai Shuang's guardian deity will also allow Ai Shuang to become stronger." Chapter 326, Mysterious Curse. You and Bayu both become Ai Shuang's guardian deities? That is indeed a viable plan. Bayu nodded, confirming the feasibility of Sugu's plan. He then used his spiritual power to invade the spiritual king's body and wrap Bayu in it. The cursed threads attached to Bayu seemed to sense the threat that Bayu brought. A large number of cursed threads tightly wrapped around Bayu's body, even digging into Bayu's body and causing pain to appear on her face. Bayu. When Sugu saw Bayu's painful appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. He immediately said to Bayu, Bayu seems to be in great pain. Can you please help her ease it?" Bayu quickly said, "The curse has penetrated deeply into her body. If you want to remove the curse, she has to go through this pain. If you really can't stand watching, go wait by Ai Shuang's side first." After Bayu's spiritual power came into contact with Bayu, he realized that Bayu's consciousness was very weak, and her consciousness was also connected to the curse. If there were any slight disturbance, Bayu's last bit of consciousness would be devoured by the curse. At that time, no matter who came, it would be impossible to save Bayu. Even Bayu at this time, having to preserve Bayu's consciousness while also pulling out all the cursed threads that had wrapped around her, was no small challenge, requiring his full focus. When Sugu heard Bayu's words, he also realized that he was now letting his emotions cloud his judgment. He immediately shut his mouth and stopped interfering with Bayu. Under the gentle nourishment of Bayu's spiritual power, the threads that were tightly wrapped around Bayu also broke. However, the remaining cursed threads wrapped even more tightly, as if they were going to completely merge with Bayu. These cursed threads seem to have their own consciousness. They're really quite troublesome. Bayu noticed that the cursed threads that were wrapped around Bayu had begun to deliberately connect with Bayu, increasing the difficulty of removing the curse. His brows also furrowed slightly. Sugu, who was on the side, didn't dare to speak randomly, for fear of disturbing Bayu and causing Bayu to be obliterated. However, curses are just curses. It's far from enough if they think they can make me stop with this little trick. Bayu sneered, and began to infiltrate his spiritual power into Bayu's consciousness. While stabilizing Bayu's consciousness with his spiritual power, he wrapped the curses that had seeped into Bayu's body and forced them out one by one. The cursed threads wrapped around Bayu seemed to realize that they could not stop Bayu from being saved. Therefore, the cursed threads turned to wrap around Bayu's spiritual power, trying to curse Bayu through his spiritual power. In an instant, a large number of curses traveled along Bayu's spiritual power, attaching to Bayu's body and inflicting the most vicious curses in the world on him. Countless cursed inscriptions grew on Bayu's body. Cursed threads pierced Bayu's skin, trying to invade Bayu's heart and lungs. And Bayu seemed as if he didn't know that he was being cursed. With his spiritual power, he drew Bayu's consciousness out of the spiritual king's body, wrapped it in spiritual power, and sent it to Su-gu in front of him. The curse has been removed. You take her over and let her become Ai Shuang's guardian deity. Su-gu took Bayu and looked at Bayu, whose skin surface was covered with cursed inscriptions, with a worried expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right?" Bayu smiled. "There's no need to worry about me. These curses can't hurt me. On the contrary, what you should be worrying about now is that little celestial beast. My spiritual power can't protect her consciousness for much longer. All right, I'll go help Bayu right away. You shouldn't overexert yourself. If you really can't hold on, you can ask Longyao for help." After hearing Bayu's words, Su-gu didn't dare hesitate any longer and immediately flew to Ai Shuang's side with Bayu, activating a special divine power that made Bayu become Ai Shuang's new guardian deity. On the other side, Bayu had also absorbed most of the curses from the spiritual king's body after being cursed by the curses surrounding Bayu. A large number of curses gathered in Bayu's palm, turning into a black, sludge-like substance. And now, the spiritual king's body was only an empty shell, with nothing inside. After being devoured by the curses from the cursed dead zone, the spiritual king had turned into a curse embodiment like curse, and the spiritual king's situation was even more serious. Even his consciousness was replaced by the curse. The spiritual king now, to put it nicely, was a person controlled by the curse. To put it bluntly, he was a curse aggregate. The real spiritual king had long since died. The current spiritual king was, at best, a curse with the spiritual king's memories. Bayu glanced at the cursed inscriptions that had appeared on the surface of his skin. Before the cursed inscriptions could penetrate his skin, he used his spiritual power to force them all out, trying to place those curses together with the black sludge in his palm. However, after doing so, Bayu discovered that the curses that had wrapped around Bayu and the curses that made up the spiritual king could not fuse. They were two types of curses from different origins. There are two types of curses in the spiritual king's body. When Bayu saw that Bayu's curses had not merged with the spiritual king's curses and were even repelling each other, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The spiritual king's curses came from the cursed dead zone. Logically speaking, the curses there should be the source of curses in the void. But now, Bayu's curse seemed to be no less inferior than the spiritual king's curse, and it was even vaguely above the spiritual king's curse. After discovering this strange phenomenon, Bayu became increasingly interested in the spiritual king's experience. He immediately trapped Bayu's curses in his other hand and began to examine the spiritual king's curses. The spiritual king's curses had inherited all of the spiritual king's memories, possessing the spiritual king's consciousness. Bayu could now see the spiritual king's past life when he examined his curses. In the first half of the spiritual king's life, he had spent most of his time leading troops in battles in other worlds. He had spent a small portion of his time with his family in the primal realm. Although the war-loving spiritual king wasn't a good person by any measure, he was genuinely good to his family and people. He was a good father and a good king. And in the second half of his life, after the Skywalkers slaughtered the spiritual clan, the spiritual king's memories became distorted, and even the overall colors changed from bright and vivid to gloomy and dark. The spiritual king's later memories were all made up of blood and curses. He had been in a state of slaughter every day. Using the spiritual clan's talent to travel through other worlds, he brought curses and pain to various worlds. And when the spiritual king came out of the cursed dead zone, his actions became even more erratic. Bai quickly read through all of the spiritual king's memories, but his brows furrowed slightly. Huh? There are no memories about Bai's curse? Bai had read all of the spiritual king's memories, but he did not find any memories related to Bai's curse. In fact, in the spiritual king's memories, his guardian deity, Bai, had already been killed long ago and did not exist at all. In other words, the spiritual king didn't even know that Bai was still inside his body. Strange. Where did this Bai's curse come from? Chapter 327, Curse Worm. Bai examined the curse of Bai in his hand and suddenly remembered that this curse also seemed to possess consciousness. So, he tried to connect with the curse. And as Bai used his soul power to contact Bai's curse, it wasn't long before he felt a mixture of sadness, anger, and despair from within the curse. The entity that had applied the curse to Bai seemed to be in a desperate environment for a long time. Although it was filled with hatred for the world, deep in its heart, it yearned for redemption. After sensing the emotions of Bai's curse, Bai retracted his soul power and tried to use his soul power to contact the spiritual king's curse. But when Bai's soul power contacted the spiritual king's curse, he only felt violence. Pure violence, without a single trace of other emotions, was completely different from Bai's curse. As expected, these are two curses from different origins. The spiritual king's curse should be from the cursed dead zone, while the curse on Bai is from somewhere else. And the person who cursed Bai deliberately concealed the spiritual king in the cursed dead zone. Realizing this, Bai immediately brought Su Gu, Bai, and Ai Shuang, who were still undergoing the ritual, back into his small world. Then, he brought the curses and the spiritual king back to Long Yao and curse. Master, is everything done? Long Yao smiled and asked when she saw Bai return. And curse, after seeing that Bai was safe and sound, also breathed a sigh of relief. It's about done, but I have a new discovery. Bai placed the spiritual kings and Bai's curses in front of Long Yao and curse, and at the same time, he told the two women of his discovery. There are two curses from different origins in the spiritual king's body? Long Yao scanned the two curses, her brows furrowing slightly. Strange, in my knowledge, the curses from the cursed dead zone are basically the highest level curses. People who are entangled by the cursed dead zone, even if they are cursed by other entities, those curses should be assimilated by the curses of the cursed dead zone. They shouldn't end up with this kind of situation. But curse, upon seeing Bai's curse, seemed to recall something and said, I seem to have seen this curse before. You've seen it? Bai and Long Yao looked at curse in unison. Curse nodded slightly, saying, yes, the mysterious entity that cast this curse is also in the cursed dead zone. But unlike the cursed dead zone, that mysterious entity seems to be a contradiction. On one hand, it is also casting vicious curses on the creatures that enter the cursed dead zone, slaughtering them in large numbers. On the other hand, it is also helping people in the cursed dead zone escape. The reason I was able to escape from the cursed dead zone is also because of the help of that mysterious entity. Bai asked, do you have this curse in your body? Curse shook her head, saying, I shouldn't. My body is full of curses from the cursed dead zone. Anyway, I didn't discover it. Bai, do you mind if I take a look? If you aren't afraid of being eroded by my curse, then go ahead. Curse said indifferently. She was now a pure curse aggregate. Her whole body was composed of curses, and there was nothing to hide. Then, excuse me. Bai was not afraid of curse's curses. After obtaining curse's consent, he extracted the curses from curse's body, just like he extracted the spiritual king's curses. However, unlike before, this time Bai's methods were much gentler. He didn't incite the resistance of the curses in curse's body, and curse didn't feel any pain. Soon, all of the curses in curse's body had gathered in Bai's palm. And Bai, just like before, used his soul power to contact curse's curses. What are you doing? Suddenly, a delicate shout from curse came from the curses in Bai's palm, making Bai pause. What's wrong? Long Yao chuckled and said, Master, curse is a curse aggregate. The curses in your palm are curse's consciousness and soul. When you touch that curse with your soul power, it's equivalent to touching curse's skin. Curse is very sensitive. Hearing Long Yao's words, Bai finally realized what he had done, and he hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll return you to normal." Cough, cough. Curse coughed lightly and said to Bai, "You've already done it. If you give up halfway, wouldn't I be taken advantage of for nothing? You just need to hurry." After hearing Curse say this, Bai didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and used his soul power to contact Curse's curses, sensing all the emotions in the curses. And after Bai's soul power finished exploring Curse's curses, he really sensed emotions similar to those in Bai's curse. It's really there. Bai sensed a second type of curse from Curse's curses. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately used his soul power to wrap the special curse, separating it from all the other curses in Curse's body. "I also have the curse of that mysterious entity in my body." Curse was completely shocked when she discovered that Bai had extracted a second type of curse from her body. She had no idea that she had the curse of that mysterious entity in her body. Bai left the second type of curse separately, allowing Curse to return to her humanoid form. At the same time, he fused the second type of curse within Curse's body with Bai's curse. This time, the two curses merged without any obstacles. They also became more powerful at the same time. Looking at Bai's curse and the second type of curse within Curse's body, they both come from the mysterious entity within the curse dead zone. Bai examined the curses in his palm and then asked Curse, "Do you have any other information about that mysterious entity?" Curse shook her head, saying, "I can't even be considered a powerhouse in the curse dead zone. I can only wander on the outskirts, and that mysterious entity is more like a wandering spirit within the curse dead zone. It can appear anywhere in the curse dead zone. I was helped by that mysterious entity on the outskirts of the curse dead zone to escape from it. I've also heard others in the curse dead zone say that some people have seen that mysterious entity in the deepest part of the curse dead zone. It seems that there are many secrets we don't know about in this curse dead zone." After hearing what Curse had said, Bai had a faint premonition that they would definitely meet that mysterious entity when they went to the curse dead zone. In fact, if they wanted to remove Curse's curse, they couldn't avoid that mysterious entity. And at that moment, Bai noticed that Long Yao had fallen into contemplation and couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought of something?" Long Yao came back to her senses and said, "Actually, I'm not sure, but I do know that there is a 17th ranked innate celestial spirit in the void named the Curse Worm. But the Curse Worm disappeared a long time ago. Even the Curse Dead Zone didn't exist back then, because the violent characteristics of the Curse Dead Zone are different from the Curse Worm. I never believed that the Curse Worm was in the Curse Dead Zone. But now I'm thinking, could that mysterious entity be the Curse Worm?" Chapter 328, Father. The Curse Worm, huh? When Bai heard Long Yao's words, he pondered for a moment and said, "If the Curse Worm, an innate celestial spirit, lived off of curses, then it would make sense for it to appear in the Curse Dead Zone." As he spoke, Bai turned his head to look at Long Yao and asked, "By the way, Long Yao, can a person only have one innate celestial spirit? What? Has Master already grown tired of me so soon?" Long Yao said with a smile at Bai. Bai could tell that Long Yao was joking, so he didn't take it to heart. "I just want to become stronger. If more innate celestial spirits helped me, my goal would be easier to achieve." Long Yao said, "Master has a good ambition. Generally speaking, a person's soul can only be bound to one innate celestial spirit. Once bound, they can't obtain a second innate celestial spirit. And innate celestial spirits are usually arrogant and proud. Many innate celestial spirits are unwilling to serve under anyone, let alone share a master with other innate celestial spirits. Bai, so, we can't take the Curse Worm for ourselves? That's not necessarily true." Long Yao shook her head. "Others can't, but you can, Master." "Why?" Bai asked. Long Yao smiled and said, "Because you have Long Yao, Master. As the 4th-ranked spirit of the ancestral dragon, I have a very important ability, to forcefully detain innate celestial spirits. If Master can really find the Curse Worm, I can first detain it, and then slowly tame it, making it willingly acknowledge you as its master." Bai then asked, "How do we solve the soul binding? Didn't you say that a person's soul can only bind to one innate celestial spirit?" I already have you, so I shouldn't be able to bind the curse worm. If we can't get the curse worm to acknowledge me as its master and bring it with us, we might be implicated by its curse. Baiyu had already experienced the power of the curses within Baiyu and curse. Those curses were only small fragments, yet they were able to contend with the curses of the cursed dead zone, which had several times more power. If that second type of curse really came from the curse worm, then the curses that the curse worm unleashed would likely be even more terrifying. If you brought a curse worm like this with no guarantee of security, it would be like carrying a bomb that could explode at any time. Long Yao also knew that Baiyu would ask this question and said, "Master, you don't have to worry about that. Another ability of mine is taming innate celestial spirits. Once other innate celestial spirits are willing to acknowledge you as their master, they can acknowledge me as their master first. In this way, master, as my master, will also be able to obtain the power of those innate celestial spirits." Hearing Long Yao's words, Baiyu's eyes also lit up slightly, saying, "In that case, if you don't mind me having a second innate celestial spirit, then we can completely tame the curse worm, right?" "Of course." Long Yao patted her chest and said with a smile, "I'm very strong. And even if Master didn't want other innate celestial spirits, I would push you to find more innate celestial spirits. After all, if Master can find more innate celestial spirits, then I'll become even stronger because of it." "I understand. It seems that we have another reason to go to the cursed dead zone." Baiyu laughed. After making the curse worm his goal, he put away the curse that was suspected to be the curse worm and then turned his gaze to the spiritual king's curse that he had trapped. Although Baiyu could easily remove all the curses on the spiritual king now, ending the spiritual king's life of sin, the spiritual king was still Ai Shuang's father. If he were to kill the spiritual king just like that, he might create an irreparable rift with Ai Shuang. However, if he let the spiritual king go, he would only be letting a disaster go, leaving a hidden danger for their future journeys. Therefore, Baiyu had not thought of a way to deal with the spiritual king for the time being. He decided to wait for Ai Shuang to wake up and let Ai Shuang decide for herself. In Baiyu's small world, Baiyu, with Sugu's help, had finally become Ai Shuang's second guardian deity. And because Ai Shuang had obtained Baiyu's power, she woke up early from her deep sleep. After confirming that Ai Shuang had awakened, Baiyu pulled Ai Shuang out of his small world. "Baiyu, where is this?" When Ai Shuang left the small world, she discovered that everything around her was pitch black, and there was nothing. She felt a little scared and hurriedly asked Baiyu, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Baiyu used his warm spiritual power to soothe Ai Shuang's emotions and, at the same time, told her the current situation, as well as Ai Shuang's background, in detail. And after learning of her background, Ai Shuang's mind was a bit shaken. She stared blankly at the curse in front of her, filled with endless violence, muttering, "He is my father?" To be honest, after losing most of her memories because of the Skywalkers, Ai Shuang herself didn't have any feelings toward the word father. Even after learning that the spiritual clan had been destroyed, her emotions had not fluctuated much. It was as if she was listening to Baiyu tell the story of someone else. But Ai Shuang didn't know why. As she looked at the spiritual king's curse, she inexplicably felt sad and tears slid down her cheeks. "Huh? Why am I crying?" Ai Shuang looked at the tears sliding down her cheeks and was a bit confused. She didn't understand her current mood. After soothing Baiyu, Su Gu flew out of Ai Shuang's body. His gaze toward Ai Shuang was incredibly complex. He knew very well in his heart that the real spiritual king had long since died. The current spiritual king was just a curse with the spiritual king's memories. But he couldn't deny that before the disaster had befallen the spiritual clan, the spiritual king's love for his daughter had been genuine. Now, if they were to really get rid of the spiritual king, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Seeing Ai Shuang's reaction, Baiyu also knew that it was the right decision not to kill the spiritual king. He didn't say anything at this moment. Instead, he just waited quietly on the side for Ai Shuang to make her own decision. Ai Shuang stared at the massive curse filled with violence and reached out her hand to touch the curse. At that moment, The spiritual king's curse only wanted to devour everything to increase its power, in order to break free of Baiyu's restraints. Just as Ai Shuang's hand was about to touch the spiritual king's curse, a large number of cursed threads burst out from the curse, wrapping around Ai Shuang's arm, trying to curse Ai Shuang. Upon seeing this, Baiyu was just about to act to pull those curses out of Ai Shuang's body when he suddenly sensed another emotion emerge from within the spiritual king's curse. That emotion was not the violence of the cursed dead zone, nor the despair and sadness of the curse worm. It was more like a father's anger. When Baiyu noticed that emotion, he couldn't help but stop and observe Ai Shuang's situation. He did not intend to interfere as long as the spiritual king's curse did not reach Ai Shuang's soul. Long Yao also noticed the changes in the spiritual king's curse and couldn't help but sigh in awe. This is too incredible. A consciousness that has already died is able to revive. What kind of power is this? And Curse was now also staring intently at the spiritual king's curse. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. Her body was trembling slightly. After seeing the changes in the spiritual king's curse, a dormant seed had begun to sprout again within Curse's heart. From the changes in the spiritual king's curse, she had seen a glimmer of hope for escaping the cursed dead zone. Chapter 329, Seeds of Hope. As changes occurred within the void spirit king's curse, the heartstrings of everyone present were tugged. They all stared at the void spirit king's curse, each with their own thoughts. However, despite the changes within the curse, the overall situation was still dominated by the curse consciousness of the cursed death realm. The void spirit king's emotions were so faint they were almost non-existent. The curse consciousness couldn't wait to entwine Ai Shuang's body with curse threads, a large amount of curse energy invading her, attempting to latch onto her soul. Seeing this, Su Gu's face showed anxiety. He immediately said, "Baiyu, we can't wait any longer. The Void Spirit King is beyond saving. Quickly eliminate the Void Spirit King and rescue Ai Shuang." At this moment, Baiyu was staring intently at Ai Shuang. His spiritual power already gathered in his palm, ready to strike and erase the Void Spirit King at any moment. However, perhaps having seen a glimpse of himself in the Void Spirit King, Baiyu wanted to wait a little longer, hoping for a miracle. Back then, after Lu Wan and Bai Lan were attacked by a powerful demon, leading to Baiyu losing his wife and daughter, Baiyu had also gone astray, unleashing his senseless rage upon countless immortals and Buddhas in the three realms. And by the time he realized his mistake and willingly accepted punishment, it was already too late. If Baiyu had encountered the cursed death realm back then, he might have become just like the Void Spirit King, unrecognizable and a raging beast, driven by madness. Under the evil of the world, even the purest love could be twisted. However, even in the deepest darkness, Baiyu had always believed that the seeds of light forever existed. It was his belief in that light that had kept him going until now. Now, the Void Spirit King's seed had begun to sprout, and Baiyu wanted to wait for the moment it broke through the darkness. However, the power of the cursed death realm was too strong, and what the Void Spirit King had awakened was only a faint wisp of a remnant thought, which had no way of affecting the curse. Ai Shuang's soul was already stained with the Void Spirit King's curse. Su Gu roared, "Baiyu, what are you still waiting for? Have you forgotten your promise to me and Ai Shuang?" Long Yao had also lost interest in the Void Spirit King, telling Baiyu, "Master, let it go. The Void Spirit King's consciousness is too weak. There's no way he can fight against the curse of the cursed death realm. If we keep dragging this on, Ai Shuang will also become corrupted by the curse." The light in the cursed eye also dimmed at that moment. Everyone had given up hope for the Void Spirit King, believing that the glimmer of hope within him was just a fluke. Baiyu, watching Ai Shuang's soul being continuously consumed by the curse, clenched his fists and sighed, "It's still not enough." At this point, Ai Shuang was on the verge of being completely consumed by the curse. There was no more time to wait. Baiyu couldn't risk Ai Shuang's life on such a slim hope. He immediately acted, removing the curse from her soul. Large amounts of curse threads turned to ashes under Baiyu's spiritual power. The Void Spirit King's curse erupted in a piercing shriek, his face twisted in agony, continuously cursing the most vicious words imaginable. Under Bayu's immense power, much of the curse dissipated, and the Void Spirit King's aura weakened. That trace of unusual emotion also disappeared completely. Within the Void Spirit King's curse, only endless violence remained. And AI Shuang was thus saved, regaining consciousness and awareness. Father! However, upon seeing the Void Spirit King's curse continuously dissipating, she subconsciously called out and then, heedless of everything, lunged toward the Void Spirit King's curse. And the curse, which was about to disappear, seized this opportunity to reattach itself to AI Shuang, rapidly corroding her soul. The sudden change on the scene had caught everyone off guard. Sugu, seeing this, unhesitatingly attacked the Void Spirit King's curse, shouting, "By you! Kill the Void Spirit King! Stop hesitating!" The cursed eye also showed boundless killing intent, coldly saying, "The curse of the cursed death realm will never have any hope. Destruction is our ultimate destiny. By you, make a move, or the world will see another victim like me." Long Yao also sighed, saying to Baiyu, "Master, I know you still have hope for the Void Spirit King, but you've already given him several chances. Erase the Void Spirit King to avoid making a huge mistake." "Yes, I understand." Baiyu no longer held back. He poured his spiritual power into the Void Spirit King's curse, obliterating it with overwhelming force. The curse that had reattached to AI Shuang quickly dissipated. Peace returned to the surroundings. AI Shuang stared blankly at the spot where the Void Spirit King had disappeared, her eyes vacant, and she was lost in a daze. Baiyu looked at AI Shuang at this moment, about to say something to comfort her, when a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. "Thank you." Upon hearing that faint word of thanks, Baiyu's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately scanned his surroundings while also asking Long Yao, "Did you hear anyone else's voice?" "Anyone else's voice?" Long Yao was startled. "No. What did you hear, master?" "I see." Seeing that Long Yao had no reaction, Baiyu realized that only he had heard that thanks. That was probably the Void Spirit King's last shred of reason as he scattered into oblivion. However, even so, Baiyu couldn't help but smile. Even though the seed within the Void Spirit King hadn't broken through the darkness, it proved that, even in this cold and indifferent void, the seed of light still existed. No matter how much despair there was in the world, one day, Baiyu would witness hope sprout. He could defeat the brain and restore peace to the three realms. Baiyu kept that faint word of thanks from the Void Spirit King in his heart, then softly asked AI Shuang, "Are you all right?" Hearing Baiyu's words, AI Shuang came back to her senses and shook her head. I don't know why, I don't feel too sad, but I can't be happy either." "Was he really my father?" "Yes." Baiyu didn't deny it. "Although I wanted you to reunite with him, I'm sorry. I ended his life. If you can't accept it, you can seek revenge on me at any time." "Why should I seek revenge?" AI Shuang shook her head, saying to Baiyu, "Didn't father say thank you to you before he left?" Hearing AI Shuang's words, Baiyu's pupils contracted slightly in shock. "You heard it too?" "Yes." AI Shuang nodded. "Not only that, he also gave me a gift." Saying this, AI Shuang used the omniscient gaze of the myriad realms. And this move that AI Shuang revealed shocked everyone present. Seeing this, Su Gu said in disbelief, "Omniscient gaze of the myriad realms. It's the Void Spirit King's talent. When did he give it to AI Shuang?" Baiyu was also stunned for a long time, and then sighed, "It seems that in a place I couldn't see, the seeds of hope still sprouted. The Void Spirit King was a good father." Chapter 330, Illusion. After the Void Spirit King's fall, Baiyu and the others held a brief funeral for the Void Spirit King and then prepared to depart for the Cursed Death Realm. Although the Cursed Death Realm was constantly moving within the void, its location was never fixed. It was always searching for the living beings it wanted to curse. Wherever misfortune and despair existed in the void, the Cursed Death Realm would appear. And curse, as someone who had escaped from the Cursed Death Realm but could not shake off its curse, was the type the Cursed Death Realm loved to cling to. What the cursed death realm loved most was to make those in despair fall deeper into it. As long as Curse released her cursed aura in the void, revealing her despair and suffering, the cursed death realm itself would seek them out. Curse, if you really don't want to go to that place, you don't have to force yourself. We have other ways to reach the cursed death realm. You can wait for us outside. Baiyu saw that Curse was constantly giving herself mental pep talks and couldn't help but say this to her. With you, even if you wander around in the void for millions of years, you wouldn't be able to find the cursed death realm. I'll be the one to take you there. Curse came back to her senses, snorted coldly at Baiyu, and then transformed her entire body into a curse filled with endless violence. She released this aura from within her, and it spread into the void. The void spirit beasts, roaming in the void, sensed Curse's aura as if they had discovered a natural enemy, and they all fled into the distance, not daring to approach her. And just as Curse was continuously releasing her curse, about to reach its peak, an aura even more violent and despairing than Curse's suddenly appeared around them. In the originally dead silent void, countless curses and cries from living beings echoed. Countless negative emotions flooded into Baiyu's mind. Seeing this, Baiyu immediately used his power to take the still weak AI Shuang and Sugu's consciousness into his own small world, while also using spiritual power to protect himself and Curse. Long Yao on the side curiously surveyed the pitch-black surroundings and said, "Has the cursed death realm descended? It's filled with despairing negative emotions everywhere. It's really amazing." Curse retracted the curse she released and said, "No, we are still outside the cursed death realm. This place can't even be considered the outer edge of the cursed death realm. Baiyu, Long Yao, you still have a chance to regret. Once you enter the cursed death realm, there won't even be a chance to regret it. At that time, you will either die in the cursed death realm and become a wronged soul inside, or you will become like me, neither human nor ghost, and wish for death without achieving it." Baiyu smiled at Curse. "We're going to the cursed death realm to save you. Why would we be afraid? Don't worry, none of us will be harmed. The only one who will be harmed will be the cursed death realm." Long Yao laughed. "It's enough to have Master's confidence. Let's flatten the cursed death realm." "You too." Curse looked at Baiyu and Long Yao's confident appearance, shaking her head helplessly, but a faint warmth surged from the depths of her icy, despairing heart. While Baiyu and the others were talking, the curses and cries around them grew louder and louder, and just as it was about to reach its peak and pierce the eardrums, it suddenly disappeared. The surroundings became silent again. Even the aura of the cursed death realm disappeared. However, Curse's expression changed at this moment. She hurriedly reminded Baiyu and Long Yao, "Be careful. The cursed death realm is close to us. We are currently on the outer edge of the cursed death realm. The cursed death realm will read our minds and then create the most common world to slowly lead us into despair." As soon as Curse finished speaking, the surrounding environment underwent a huge change. Baiyu and the others found themselves in a modern metropolis. Where is this? Long Yao looked at the steel jungle around them and the metal vehicles rushing on the streets. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Baiyu said, "This is Jiang City. It seems that the cursed death realm has created my hometown. Is it trying to target me?" Baiyu smiled, surveying the unbelievably realistic surroundings. If his cultivation base were any lower, he probably wouldn't be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. When Curse heard Baiyu's words, her expression changed slightly. She quickly reminded Baiyu, "You must stay true to yourself. Don't be fooled by the illusion here. The cursed death realm will use countless tragedies to lure you into despair. Once your emotions waver, you will be cursed by the cursed death realm." "Dad." As soon as Curse finished speaking, Bailon, still in her little girl form, appeared across the road, holding Lu Wen's hand, waving to Baiyu from across the street. Baiyu looked over after hearing her, but before he could respond, a huge nine-headed serpent fell from the sky, smashing the surrounding high-rise buildings. Huge rocks fell, directly crushing Lu Wan and Bailon. Curse saw the bloody scene, her pupils shrinking slightly. She immediately looked at Baiyu, just about to remind him that all of this was fake, but she saw Bai staring intently at the place covered by the rubble, not saying a word. Seeing Bai smile, Curse was stunned. Bai, they are? My wife and daughter, Lu Wan and Bai Lan. Bai came back to his senses and introduced them to Curse. Hearing Bai's introduction, Curse's heart skipped a beat, and then she quickly came back to her senses. She quickly said to Bai, those are all fake, and the cursed death realm will definitely create more cruel and bloody scenes next. You must hold on. Bai smiled. Don't worry. I know it's all fake. It's just that I haven't seen them in a long time, and I miss them a lot, so I was a little distracted just now. Long Yao said, since Master misses them, then why not go see them? Bai shook his head. It's not that simple. They are trapped by a powerful being called Brain. The reason I am wandering in the void is to seek more powerful strength to go rescue them. Long Yao said, Master, you have me now. Your strength must be enough. After we leave the cursed death realm, we will go and kill the guy who kidnapped your wife and daughter and rescue them. Bai smiled. I know you're very strong, but this matter can't be rushed. I haven't yet seen Brain's cards, and since my wife is a hostage, I can't act without absolute certainty, otherwise, I might make a big mistake. Seeing that Bai didn't intend to act immediately, Long Yao didn't insist. She said, okay, we'll listen to Master then. But when Master decides to make a move, you must call me. I also want to have a good, hearty fight. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Brain and the Observer, they will eventually perish. Bai smiled, then his gaze turned to the huge nine-headed serpent in front of him. His eyes gradually turned cold as he coldly said, but before that, I have to destroy this cursed death realm first. Even if those are illusions, I won't allow them to use my wife and daughter as a joke.